Please rise for invocation by Pastor Nathan Bucher of Victorious Life Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Is the pastor here? We'll do a silent invocation, and if you don't mind, please think of the families in need as we enter the Christmas season.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Foley.
Here.
Councilmember Tremont.
Here.
Councilmember Bastian.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stiltner.
Here.
Mayor Burnett.
Here. Item 4, award ceremony for police department. Chief, I think it's interesting to note when we have acts of heroism that get covered by the media, and we're able to see firsthand what our officers do, but those are just the things we know about. There are the 100 things that they do every day that we don't know about, and part of the reason why we do this is to recognize the best of that. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, City Manager, City Attorney, department heads and guests, Chief Manny Marino, Port Orange Police Department. And tonight it's my distinct pleasure, as the Mayor mentioned, to promote 3 of Port Orange's finest with the award of heroism for a selfless act that took place in early November. If I could I have Sergeant Malky, Officer Brashear, and Officer Kalenda join me, please?
And council, let's go ahead and join them on the floor.
Mayor, would you want me to read the act so everybody's aware?
Please do.
Okay.
Stand behind these guys, will never be seen again.
For our audience, I'm going to go ahead and read our commendation so you're aware. If in case for whatever reason you did not see it, it was covered both on social media and in the media. On the evening of November 5th, 2021, shortly before 9 p.m., Sergeant Andrew Malky, Officer Philip Brashear, and Officer Nicholas Kalenda responded to the area of 13 Cedar in the Woods in reference to a motor vehicle crash. Reporting party advised that a vehicle hydroplaned into a ditch in front of his house. Port Orange received an abnormal amount of rain just before the incident, and a flood advisory had been issued for the area, including Colony in the Woods, the subdivision in which the crash occurred. Sergeant Malky arrived on scene and observed a Mazda hatchback in a flooded canal. The vehicle was halfway submerged in the water, and the driver was still inside the car. James Small, a Port Orange citizen who resides at 16 Cedar in the Woods, was in the canal next to the vehicle in chest-high water. Mr. Small was trying to help the driver out of the vehicle. Mr. Small said he couldn't get the door open because it was locked. Mr. Small attempted several times to break the driver's door window, but was unsuccessful. Sergeant Malky relayed over the radio that the vehicle was sinking and entered into the canal. He broke the rear hatchback window and advised the driver to climb back out of the vehicle. Officer Brashear arrived on scene and entered the canal to assist. Due to the positioning of the rear passenger seats, the driver could not exit through the hatchback window. Officer Kalenda arrived on scene and also entered the canal. Officer Kalenda was able to break the driver's door window. Upon breaking the window, the vehicle immediately began to fill with water and sink rapidly. The driver, who may have been in a state of shock or overcome with fear, was unable to exit the vehicle on her own. Officer Kalenda was able to pull the driver out of the vehicle seconds after the vehicle became fully submerged underwater. The driver was taken safely out of the canal and subsequently transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. There were no reported injuries by Mr. Small or the officers who were involved. If not for the heroic actions of both Mr. Small and the officers, who did not hesitate to enter the water despite the risk to their own personal safety, the outcome may have been tragically different. For that, we thank you for your incredible dedication to the Port Orange community, and they are absolutely well deserving of this award of heroism. I would like to read one more item. After we made our submission, I received a letter from the driver of the vehicle. She writes, Dear Chief Marino, on November 5th, I got into a very bad car accident. Due to a heavy rain and darkness in the area, I drove into deep waters. My car started quickly filling up with cold, dirty water. I was not able to open the door. I called 911 for help. The water was rising fast. I was locked in the car, screaming, crying, losing my mind because I was going to die in my car filled up with water. Never in my life I've experienced stress or horror like this. The police, firefighters, and ambulance came to the scene. The policemen were willing to risk their own lives to save my life. They jumped into the rising water without any hesitations and did not stop rescuing me until I was pulled out of the car. They comforted me, made sure I was transported to the hospital, and visited me in the ER to make sure I was doing okay. I do not have enough words to express how grateful I am. I want you to know that the true heroes work in the Port Orange Police Department. Officer Kalenda is the person who actually pulled me out of the sinking car. He saved my life with the help of Officers Brashear and Sergeant Malky. I also want to thank Officer McBride for being caring and helpful. I think that the named above policemen deserve to be praised and promoted. These officers set an example for their colleagues, displaying kindness and concern for others. The level of professionalism these officers have demonstrated while saving my life is exceptional. You can be proud of the officers representing the Port Orange Police Department.
Associated with such a fine city for things like this happen. We hope that they never do, but when they do, we know we have men and women like this that will answer the call. And I couldn't be more proud of the three of you. Thank you. I'm going to need a picture for posterity's sake, and I am not standing behind you. Everybody? All right.
Anybody got work tonight?
Cross this one off the list. How about? Does not get much cooler.
It is good when we can celebrate something like that when we have such a positive outcome from it. And the outcome is because of the work they did.
Last meeting, but not tonight.
And we will celebrate that till the end of time. With that, public comments on consent agenda items. There being none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the evening?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, proper second for approval of the consent agenda. Call the roll.
Councilmember Foley,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremont.
Yes.
Councilmember Bastian,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stillner,
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 5-0. Consent agenda is approved. Citizen participation, do we have any? None? Okay. Council comments?
I think you didn't realize you had to fill out a form.
Yeah, come on up.
Gentlemen and lady, Scott Steger, 466 Champagne Circle, here in Port Orange, 25 years. I'd just like to start by thanking you guys for what you're about to do. What, 20 plus years or so, we've been looking at a project at the end of Ridgewood in an area that looked like it was about to be something so many times I can't count. Whatever decision you make in the next couple of weeks is probably going to make somebody mad. I know that.
It's going to make at least 4 people mad.
Yeah, there you go. 4 or 5, however many you got going on. I've seen the numbers and so forth coming in the new proposals. Looks like a lot of changes have taken place. Excited about a lot of this. I would just like to bring forth, as a real estate broker and owner of brokerages here locally and a local resident for years, that area, what we're missing in Port Orange is a destination place. a place where people go and say, hey, are you going to wherever? New Smyrna Beach has Flagler Avenue, Canal Street, you have Beach Street in Daytona. We don't have that here. I would like to see a place when this is all done where people say, hey, are you going down to whatever restaurant it is down there? I think the things that I saw that were missing last week when we went through this was the level of commercial attraction that I feel that was necessary. I personally would rather see condos and townhouses with commercial on the bottom and living space above as part of this project. But I understand the notion of apartments. I don't think it's a bad thing. Luxury apartments might be nice over there. But I think you've got to create an environment where you have people who say, this is cool. This is a reason you want to be a part of the community in Port Orange. Let's all go down to that location. I would just sort of challenge you as you're looking at these proposals to keep that in mind. It's not just a place where you can rent an apartment and have a beautiful view of the river. It needs to be more. It needs to be something that people of Port Orange say, I'm proud of this. Have you gone to this place? When my people come in from out of town and say, where are we going to go? I don't want to have to go up to Daytona or Ormond Beach or down to New Smyrna. And I love all those places. But I certainly would like to be able to say, we're going to head up to this really cool destination right here in Port Orange as sort of a cornerstone and a drawing point from the north and from the south, and maybe even coming over from the beach. Where are you going to go? We're going to come over the bridge west and come to this cool destination in Port Orange. Going to be some tough decisions you have to make. This is not just money. It is really the future of our community. So I challenge you to make good choices. And again, thank you for what you're doing. For those of you that decided to get elected this term, yay. I'm glad that you're doing this. And I'm really sorry that you have to do this. But have a good one, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Good to see you. Did I have any others?
No, I apologize, but I think there was a motion missed. I heard one for the agenda. Did you approve the consent agenda?
Thank you. We did get ahead of ourselves. We approved the agenda for the evening. That was your motion, Scott?
That was.
Do you want a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
Sure. Move to approve consent agenda items.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, well, no, we got resolutions. Call the roll.
Councilmember Foley,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremont.
Yes.
Councilmember Bastian.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stiltner.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes, 5-0. Well done, see, I told you got to keep me on track. See, I'm so excited about the next part of this. Council comments? Scott?
Just real brief, I just,
Well, hold on, before you start, I will, when we get into the next portion, I'll make sure that everybody has an opening comment pertaining to that subject. So anything else you address right now?
Yeah, just real briefly, I just want to brag on the community by and large as a whole. Over the last couple of weeks, we have seen some incredible acts of charity and kindness in our community. I'm going to brag on a fellow council member on the dais. I know he hates this kind of stuff, but Councilman Foley really did a fabulous job using his it has to be God-given gifts, because I certainly didn't get them, with music and stuff like that, to raise over $15,000 for Toys for Tots. We recently had a business over the weekend that had a huge event, Atlantic Marine on Dunlawton, which is a CRA success story, by the way. They had a huge event, raised a little over 5,000 toys and $40,000 for Toys for Tots. Foundation 37 had an event, raised a bunch of toys out there, and our police department continues. So if anybody has had that desire to want to do that and haven't had a chance, they can still do that through our police department, through the Cops for Christmas event that they've got going on right now. I believe they'd like to try to get everything in by the 16th. Chief, that sound about right? All you got to do is, if you want to make a donation or if you want to drop off an unwrapped toy, Port Orange Police Department lobby Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, super easy, and they're going to make sure that those go to families that are looking for stuff. Historically, they're usually right around 40 to 80 families. This year, I think they're right at, or just over 200 families. So that's still going on, and I just think that deserves some recognition, and very proud to be in a community that does stuff like that. So thank you to everybody that's been helping out with that. That's all I got, Mayor.
Drew?
I can't follow this guy. We got a long meeting, so I'm just not gonna run my mouth tonight.
Excellent report. Chase? Even better report.
Nothing.
Congratulations, by the way,
Thank you, sir.
on that other thing. For everybody that doesn't know what I'm congratulating him for, he finally got down on a knee for somebody and popped some sort of question and got a proper response. So
Yeah.
If y'all want to clap for him, that's
We
okay.
got the proper response.
I just told him it was about time, but that's okay. I have nothing except for the fact that I wanted to, once again, Wayne, thank you and the staff for doing a wonderful job with the parade, with the Christmas tree lighting and everything else that is going on right now, and the hard work leading up to this. If I forget to thank you when we're done after, because of the lateness of the hour, then I'm doing it right now. Appreciate everything that's been done leading up to this. And also, anybody out there that hasn't signed up for the Parks and Rec light display contest, it's too late, but you can go and log on and see where they all are, so you can go visit them. There are quite a few contestants throughout the city, and there are quite a few nice light displays, and we've got that list. Check it out at Parks and Rec Facebook page. With that, the joint special meeting of the Town Center CRA is now commenced. Item 12 is presentation of purchase officers for properties at Riverwalk. Council and committee, what I want to do is start with some, Scott, you paying attention? You just
I'm
waving?
trying.
You waving
Yeah.
at the audience there?
Yeah, well, you know,
Yeah. I know Brendan's out there. You don't have to wave at him.
great to see him.
I know. What I'm going to do is every one of us, I'll allow you some opening comments. What we want to do is give 20 minutes of presentation time, and then 30 minutes of Q&A afterwards. There are 6 of us up here. 30 minutes sounds like a lot of time, but it's really less than 5 minutes per person. And then at the end of that, what I want to do is then give a couple minutes where, after the Q&A, where the prospects can summarize in 60 to 120 seconds and then get off the stage and move on. And since we do have the monitors working, great, thank you.
I was instructed I have to do another roll call
Okay,
for this.
so with the ground rules, roll call for the Town Center CRA special meeting.
Stan Schmidt.
Here.
Jonathan Foley.
Here.
Chase Tremont.
Here.
Drew Bastian.
Here.
Scott Stiltner.
Here.
Don Burnett.
Here,
Michael Benedict.
with that, boy, I tell you what, the substitute teacher is on it tonight.
She's
Thanks,
on
Shelley.
fire.
Wayne, is there anything else that you want to add to that summary before we begin?
No, sir. We're here for technical support as you need it.
Okay. Opening comments, why don't we start at this end? Chase?
No comments.
Jonathan?
Once again, I said this last week, but I want to make sure I say it again. Thank you to Colliers and staff. I know that I personally pushed you guys a little bit about getting us this information early and often and frequent, and you've done all of those things so that we've been able to stay well informed up here. And I know that goes many levels down, a lot of questions being sent out and getting responses and putting all this together. But staff, Colliers, everyone who worked together, top to bottom, excellent work to get this information before us. And I'm very excited to have an opportunity to see this long promise finally come through for our residents. So thank you.
Stan?
I'm fine, sir.
Drew?
I'm good. I'm ready to get into it, so.
Okay. Scott?
Just a couple of brief comments. First of all, I want to thank Colliers for all the work that they've done up to this point, and I know that they're going to continue to represent us very well, so thank you guys. But I also want to thank the groups that decided to take a serious interest and a serious look into our city, and we very much appreciate that. So I haven't met everybody, but I know hopefully the ones that are going to be making these presentations are here tonight, and it really means a lot to us that you guys have had this kind of interest in this project and our city as a whole. This is an area that is a really special place in our area. We don't have a tremendous amount of coastal community opportunities, but this one we do, and it's a gem. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous piece of property at a incredible location. There's nothing else like it anywhere in all of East Volusia County. And if you think it looks great during the daytime, I hope you've seen it at night, because the views at night, the skyline of the beach side, the reflections off the water, the lighthouse to the south, it's absolutely stunning. So I wish all of you guys good luck tonight and the very best. Look forward to hearing the presentations. And I can promise you that whoever is fortunate enough to develop this property and put something special down there that it will be just that. It will really be a special place and a special project. So thanks again for your interest in our city.
And once again, Wayne, thank you. As we go, just want to remind all the council members and CRA members that we will give that 20 minutes time uninterrupted. So if something spurs a question, take good notes, save it, and then we'll run through it at the time. With that, we will start with Bristol Development. We will listen to the first two presentations. We will take a short recess, then we will do the second two, and then
Bristol or BLD?
You mean BLD?
I'm
Mayor?
sorry, I wrote it.
Did you change the?
BLD is first, yep, alphabetically. I was thinking about the city my dad was born in. BLD group is up.
Forward and back. Great. Okay. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Greg Bauman. I represent BLD Group. I'm one of the principals. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, present our vision for the Port Orange Riverwalk Town Center. Also with me is Michael Fellner. He's our Managing Director of Acquisitions. Tonight, I'll provide a brief overview of who BLD Group is and what we do. I'll go through some of our previous and existing projects. Finally, I'll go through our vision for the Port Orange Riverwalk Town Center, a family-friendly regional destination with an emphasis on activating the beautiful Halifax River waterfront. I'll try to be as concise as possible to give you time to ask any questions that you like. BLD Group is a family company. It's a multi-generational platform with extensive public company experience in both real estate and finance. We're based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We currently own and manage 1,139 units in Florida with 864 units in different phases of construction. In Central Florida, we own over 700 Class A multifamily units with another 336 about to break ground outside of the villages. We have another 1,131 units in our development pipeline. We have experience developing high-rises, garden-style, mixed-use, and commercial projects. However, our current focus is exclusively on ground-up multifamily development in secondary and tertiary markets. Specifically, we want to build attainable rental housing that provides all the amenities of a luxury development at a more attainable price. We are long-term holders. We are not merchant developers. We do not flip our projects. We view our relationships with local municipalities as long-term partnerships and seek to improve the communities we build in. We take public feedback very seriously. Generally, we only build 3 projects a year and do not seek to overextend ourselves. If anyone in this council or in the city needs to get in touch with us, Michael, myself, or someone else from BLD will always be available. Here are some of our institutional partners that we currently work with and have worked with in the past. GMF Capital, mentioned here, is our co-general partner. They currently own 30,000 units themselves. None of the groups here in this room have any issues with financing, so I don't need to elaborate on this slide. The criteria for this project will certainly be based on other parameters, which I believe we will do a good job of presenting. I want to go through some of our current projects very briefly. I'm not going to harp on these, but I just want to give you a flavor of what we do. This is a 220 unit project in Panama City Beach, Florida. It's under construction right now. We expect it to be completed in the 4th quarter of next year. This is a Class A project of attainable housing. It is approximately 500 yards from the beach walking distance. This also has a future commercial out parcel. And for reference, to elaborate on what I said previously, we've owned this particular piece of property for almost a decade. This is one of our other projects. It's called V2. This is phase 1 in Fort Myers, Florida. It is between Winkler Avenue and Colonial Boulevard, about a mile from I-75. It is 308 units on 15 plus acres. It's part of a 3-phase project, total of 888 units. This is the project I mentioned before. It's outside of the villages. It's 336 units in 7 buildings. This serves to provide housing that is sorely needed outside of the villages market for the workforce crowd that has nowhere to live in this area. This is one of our other projects that we're working on. We hope to break ground next year in 2022. This is our first foray into Colorado. It's a 300 unit project on approximately 30 acres. It also has a second phase of 115 townhomes. This was a project that we specifically had a significant amount of community feedback. We made sure to include a lot of open space, public parks, and including a 5,000 square foot daycare because that was something that the community sorely needed. Just briefly, I want to go on some of the projects that we have completed in the recent past and that we currently own. This is M2 at Millennia. It is a 403 unit project, Class A, with 4,200 square feet of inline retail. It's directly across the street from the Millennium Mall in Orlando. This is similar concept with a wrap product. I don't want to focus too much on this because this is certainly a behemoth compared to what we would be building here. But this garage is a structured garage which serves the 403 units. This is a project called Venetian. It is in Fort Myers. It's 436 units in a garden style project. This is directly across the street from our current project that's under construction called V2. So what this emphasizes for us is that when we find a market, we make a big investment on it and we try to remain in the market as long as we can and build as much as we can, because we've identified Port Orange and the surrounding Volusia County area as a market we desperately want to be in. We think the drivers are here, and we would like for this to be our first project in the area and hopefully to do many more in the future. This is Maitland, Florida project. It is called 400 North, and I want to emphasize this project the most because this is what we think inspires this project here, the Port Orange Riverwalk Town Center. This is a mixed-use project with 300 units and that support 27,000 square feet of inline retail. The entire project is on 5.5 acres. We have approximately 700 parking spaces in a garage and a surface parking lot. The retail includes tenants such as Golf Tech, Salon Lofts, a dentist, Eat the Frog Fitness, and multiple restaurant establishments. This is very similar to what we envisioned for Riverwalk Town Center, and this is our biggest inspiration. It's been a huge success in this market, and we're very proud of it. We love the way it looks. We love the way that the units interplay with the retail, and it has really done a good job with some of the other projects to revitalize an area that was very sleepy previously. These are just a sample of some of the pictures from the projects. Generally, we always do LVT flooring, resort-style gyms, business centers, upgraded courtyards, resort-style pools, and granite countertops, stainless steel. This is some of our other multifamily experience that probably half have mixed use included. Oops, sorry. Go back. There we go. And this is the design that we've come up with for the Riverwalk Town Center. We believe our design represents the highest and best use of the property. It is entirely on city-owned land. It is 320 units, 5 of which are live-work units, and which front what we are saying is an internationally inspired commercial plaza. We've heard your concerns, and we have included 30,000 square feet of commercial space. This does not include several thousand square feet of plaza and outdoor dining space. Go to the next slide, zoom in a little bit. We think the unit count and mix is an important component of this project. In order to guarantee the long-term success and sustainability of the mixed-use project, a dedicated consumer base should be on site, a captive audience. By having more rather than fewer units adjacent to the Riverwalk commercial space and the park, it will ensure that businesses thrive and the town center maintains that destination distinction. Additionally, at BLD Group, our strategy throughout our portfolio is to emphasize 3-bedroom units, and this project has 63 bedroom units, almost 20% of the total. This encourages families to move into the community and take advantage of the commercial space and beautiful Riverwalk. Frankly, families are great tenants. We've also heard feedback from concerned citizens and have included multiple car chargers in both of the parking lots, as well as substantial bicycle parking and repair stations. I also want to point out, if it's not clear, the Riverwalk is exclusively pedestrian and will be completely closed to vehicular traffic other than for emergency vehicle access. We've also listened to the council and designed the entire project with the intent of activating the currently underutilized riverfront. First, we have attempted to provide as many of the units as possible a waterfront view, and this amounts to the vast majority. Even units facing north and south have clear views of the water. The entire commercial plaza directly faces the water. We have a stage on the riverfront. There is a boat dock with a bar, a kayak parking pier, amongst other items. And I'll show you some of those images, just to give you an idea. To remind the council, our offer is $9,250,000, and we are not seeking any public funds whatsoever. Additionally, we are not looking to purchase any non-city owned land, which could cause significant delays. We know the city wants to proceed as soon as possible. Ideally, with the city's cooperation, we would like to have shovels in the ground within the next 12 months. We hope the council's pleased with our presentation and our offer. And if you have any questions, and I bet you do, I would be happy to try to answer them. Thank you all.
See, and this is the part where we get to reward brevity. Side do we want to start? Let's start with, on this side with Scott this time.
So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming again tonight. So as you've heard, a big part of our community's interest is the destination feel of folks who won't necessarily be living on this property. Seems like BLD primarily focuses on a lot of high-density residential, and that something like this may not be something you guys have done a whole lot of. But that being said, how does this project, do you think, how does it draw people into that destination feel that may not necessarily live here to want to still have that kind of a place that they know they can, that it's welcoming and there's going to be stuff going on down there, things that they can do? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Absolutely. So I think the big emphasis has to be on the commercial area with the plaza. The plaza is approximately 50,000 square feet. It's designed this way so as to create an event area, an open area for multiple types of events, concerts, Halloween trick-or-treating, parties, so forth and so on. We also designed it so that it faces a small stage which is backgrounded by the waterfront. We want this area to have events. The other part of this is it has to be coherent with the park that is next door. Obviously, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done on the park, but the way that we have structured this is that it flows all the way through together. Excuse me. And yes, we are absolutely mixed-use multifamily developers. We generally don't do commercial on its own. As the world has changed,
Sure.
Commercial has become a lot harder to build and tenant out. So what we really like to do is mixed use with a residential component, because as I mentioned, 320 units means you're going to have thriving businesses here. If I have 200 units, or as some of the other contenders have included in theirs, approximately 250 units, you're just not going to have as much of a captive audience. And frankly, there's more of a risk to those tenants. We've also ensured that the Riverwalk area is open and should be utilized by the entire public. We want to make sure that it's easy to park, and I think the concept here also is that along with the boat parking, the kayak parking, we want to be able to make this accessible, and we want it to be an exciting place. This is not hypothetically a strip center. I don't think we'll have any problem leasing this out to restaurants and bars, nightlife venues even for that matter. This is going to be a very diverse mix.
So the draw stuff you're talking about, and the festivals, and the events, and the styles of the businesses and things like that, has BLD done any projects like that? I'm a little bit familiar with the Maitland project, but even that one seems to be, I wouldn't necessarily call the Maitland project a destination project
No.
as much as it is. It's a great residential project that has some really good business right there. Has BLD done a project like this where we're looking for that destination feel to be, you know, incorporated into it?
So I think for a quote-unquote destination, I will admit, no, nothing
Okay.
recent. We have done major commercial centers in the past, but I wouldn't call those destinations either.
Gotcha. Okay.
This sort of project, as we see it, the way we've designed it, I think checks all the boxes for a quote-unquote destination. I think would be very exciting. I can't wait to see what everyone else proposes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I got for right now.
Drew?
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I mean, this is definitely an exciting time for us, and you know, I'm sure you guys are excited to get into this market. So you answered the question. The Riverwalk Plaza itself is basically 50,000 square feet of open space for just
Anything.
to support the
Correct.
the retail
Correct.
over there.
And I think, you know, we've tried to lay it out some outdoor dining, what it would roughly look like. We would like to have as much of this area available for restaurants and bars to utilize as possible.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of covered up, I believe, by 17, but there's supposed to be a rooftop restaurant aspect there as well.
Okay, and I like what you did with number 10 here, but do you have any concerns about being able to actually build over the water or get the permission to do so?
I admit, absolutely, there are concerns. There are multiple federal agencies we have to
Yeah.
deal with. Every one of the groups here is going to have that concern.
Same thing. Okay.
However, it doesn't have to be integral to the rest of the project. We can do all the rest of the
Sure.
project, and that can come later and with a commitment.
Yeah, or if it can't happen, I mean, I get that too, because you don't, I mean, until you try, you know.
There is another project down the street that is being built
Yeah.
with a significant waterfront presence. I know that is taking quite a long time. Dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers can certainly be an issue, but
Yeah.
we are long-term holders, and we will take as
Sure.
long as it takes.
When I see too, you up the, I mean, I guess based off our first meeting, you know, you guys were listening, you increased the commercial space a bit, and your offer a bit, and so those are all good things. I like what I'm seeing. The one thing a little bit concerned with it, and like I said, you know, with Herbert Street coming down here, there's not a lot of parking in that immediate area to support where all your retail is going to be, where 13 is. So when they come, you know, come down that road, you got, what is 5?
This is 92 spaces, or 3 EV
92
stations.
spaces.
So generally, retail is anywhere between 3 and 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
So we view the reason we included 14, which is the street across the parcel across the street,
I gotcha.
was for overflow parking.
Okay.
You know, with 178 total spaces, you're more than adequately
Okay.
parked. We do envision a lot of people coming here, maybe not so much by foot, but at least by bicycle.
Yeah.
That's why we provided bicycle parking. We believe people will communicate through the park and to this area as well. So I agree with you. Ideally, there's more parking on this side of the street, but we also didn't want to get to a situation where you're basically looking at a massive surface parking lot.
Yeah. And you did all this, I see the existing businesses, so is there interest in trying to acquire that, or you, I mean, would that be something, this project is gonna happen regardless if those buildings are standing there or not?
If we were able to get them, that would make the design of this a lot easier and more functional.
And could increase commercial space and probably units.
100%.
Okay.
The problem is probably, one, the financial feasibility.
Yeah, I get it.
Generally, residents want to ask for a lot of money with those pieces when they think they can get it. And the other thing is time.
I gotcha.
To negotiate those deals can take a significant amount of time, and I think we all have a common interest in trying to get this done and see it through.
Yeah, that, I mean, and this really isn't for you, but a concern. I come from a public safety background. I'm a retired
course.
firefighter, and seeing number 14 across the street there of a major highway, you got people coming over here having dinner and drinks. It just, pedestrians crossing that road at night, you know, like I said, I have some concerns about safety.
course.
However, it happens all over the country. There are off-site parkings to many restaurants and venues, and so I get that. But, and then the last question, because I gotta go, you guys had no interest in parcel B up the road a little bit there?
Frankly,
It really doesn't fit into
it
the
doesn't
plan?
fit into this.
Okay.
We threw it around as much as we could.
Okay.
It kind of goes along with your your same comment about parking. Could serve more parking.
Gotcha.
But it's sufficiently far away that we just didn't know what to do.
I gotcha. Well, I appreciate the honesty.
And if I may, about the public safety concern, there may be some improvements that are needed to that intersection
Yeah.
and that crosswalk. We've had to do that in the past.
Yeah.
These are, you want to obviously protect
Yeah,
your
the push button things where it flashes
course.
and everything, pedestrian
Absolutely.
crossing. There's ways to address it. It's just, okay. And the multifamily garage, that's only for the residents. There would be no public parking in the garage?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
You good?
Yeah,
All right. Chase?
thank you.
Yeah, impressive presentation. I don't envy anybody's responsibility of figuring out the parking over there. Not a fan of parking across the street, frankly. I don't know if there's a way to avoid that, but I've got 4 kids, and this is going to be a destination, not walking them across Ridgewood Avenue. Did want to ask, and I mentioned this last week, and this is a question I'm asking to everybody. As you're aware, city does have a policy on economic incentives, and I believe you alluded to this, but I just want everyone to be on the record tonight. Are you intending, or can you commit that you will not be seeking any additional tax incentives than what's currently established by ordinance?
Correct.
Correct. You have not given, I appreciated your comment earlier on, you don't build a project and then flip it to other ownership. That you guys have I want to confirm that you guys have a long history of continuing to be the operator of said areas.
Correct. Our entire philosophy is to build to hold. It's not the common thread right now in the real estate industry. A lot of people are flippers, they're merchant developers. There's a lot of money to be made doing that, but that's just not what we do.
I appreciate that, because oftentimes you get, developers will say on something, and then all of a sudden they're not the ones dealing with the long-term effects of it. Where's your stormwater drainage?
Generally, it's going to have to be underground, or retention, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, the retention's going to have to be designed to be underground.
All right. I'm good.
Okay. Jonathan?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first off, thank you for your interest in the city. Thank you for being here. I enjoyed your presentation. I appreciate that you're not looking for any additional public funds, as Councilman Tremont just asked you. You said you're not trying to pick up any of the non-city owned land. I know Drew was kind of talking this, but just so I make sure it's really, really clear, if it was possible to get it, you're open to that, but that's not, this project continues with or without it.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. You mentioned attainable with your apartments in your presentation. I know affordable is a word that gets thrown around now for several different things. Do you see these as a luxury apartment project, or is this going to be something somewhere in the middle? What's your goal for the actual apartments that are going to come in terms of pricing them out?
Sure. I mean, they could certainly be marketed as luxury. Luxury, not marketed. But this is not a quote-unquote luxury complex. It's attainable, and there would be very little difference that you could tell between, for instance, the Enclave that's down the street. They offer pretty much very similar amenities that we're going to offer. It's a beautiful resort-style pool. I mean, you can see the amenities that we've included in here, and these are pretty typical for what we do. We only do Class A. As far as rents are concerned, it's something that's still going to have to be addressed in the next 24 months or so. The market is moving constantly. We visited the Enclave project today, and she mentioned, for instance, they don't have any 3 bedrooms remaining. So I think a 3-bedroom unit would probably be between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. I can't give a smaller range than that. I don't know yet.
I understand.
A 1-bedroom or a studio probably is $1,400 a month, and then a 2-bedroom is somewhere around in between there.
Gotcha. I'm going to ask everybody the same question just to put it on record. I know everyone's been kind of giving us loose timelines. Just for public record, so anyone who's watching knows, what do you envision for a timeline for this project as far as being able to actually break ground on it? I know you kind of emphasize there's an urgency, which council has stressed as well. What are your thoughts on that?
I would love to be there tomorrow for a groundbreaking ceremony.
Got my shovel right down there.
I brought my hard ass.
Mayor's ready to go.
I think, to be completely honest with all of you, the biggest issue we're facing, aside from construction costs right now and labor costs, et cetera, is dealing with cities. Permitting and review has become incredibly cumbersome. I sat on a pre-application meeting today with another municipality that I will not mention, and the only thing they will raise are hurdles. So best case scenario, generally it'll take us 90 to 120 days to get a full set of plans. We would submit those to the city. Once we submit them to the city, I'm not even gonna, I will venture a guess, fine. It's probably 4 to 6 months to get your approvals. Something like the docks that go into the waterway are gonna take a significantly longer amount of time, dealing with the Army Corps and some of the other waterway jurisdictions is very difficult. Even certain things like just retention is gonna take some time. So 4 to 6 months for just city review. And then while we're going through that city review, we'll be negotiating with a contractor and trying to get that done. That's kind of parallel path to submitting the permits. So what did I say? I said
You're up to about 10 months.
90 to 120 days, and then another 4 to 6 months for review. So I'm about 8 to 9 months, and let's say another 3 months. So there you go. It's 3 months for miscellaneous, mobilizing contractor, etc. 12 months. That's probably being pretty aggressive.
Right.
I'll be honest. That's unfortunately that's real estate. That's the state of the world right now.
Yeah, and I'm not holding you down to an exact. I'm not
Thank you.
asking you to say July of next year or anything. I'm just curious roundabout. You mentioned, working with staff, cities, things like that. How was your experience working with our staff?
Fantastic, to be honest. Gentlemen and ladies were awesome. Very communicative. Had the presentation up right where I needed it when I needed it. So they were great, actually. Better than they're better than most staffs I've dealt with. I've dealt with a lot of really good staffs. The issue is sort of once you get up beyond that, it can get a little bit more difficult.
Certainly. As far as your project specifically, as far the parking lot across the street, is there any conversation to be had about a pedestrian bridge? If we're going to use that strictly as surface parking, to help people, like Chase said, he's got 4 kids. I could think about taking people from my church that they're in wheelchairs or things like that. like to have them get across as safe as possible, as much as they want to go enjoy it, if they need to use that overflow parking.
Sure.
Is that at all a consideration?
So, I think we would look at anything. I think a pedestrian bridge here, one, it's going to be incredibly expensive is the one thing. However, that doesn't generally deter us from anything. The biggest issue here, I think, is where you're going to land it on both sides, since that piece is not owned by the city.
That's true.
You need a big area to egress. I think probably, and I have a 3-year-old daughter, I think, and I would be just as concerned crossing a busy street like this. I think the best solution probably is just to have a much brighter intersection. You would have very vivid and intense signs and signals to indicate that this is a pedestrian crossing, LED lights, etc. And if necessary, you get a traffic officer out there. I'm sure this project would be able to support it, especially on busy nights and busy evenings.
Yeah, whenever there's
Events.
events or things going on.
Correct. Absolutely for any events.
Awesome. That's it for me. Thank you.
And one other thing I should add on,
Yes.
this is strictly an overflow lot. We hope that it doesn't need it, well, actually we hope it's used significantly because this place will be very, very popular. But most people would be expected to park in number 5 across the street.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Stan.
Well, you guys have kind of beat him up pretty bad. One question I wanted to ask about, so you said about a year till groundbreaking. What do you think it would be to finish this thing up then? Are you looking at 2 years, 2.5 years?
I would say 21 to 24 months is best case scenario.
Depending on hurricanes and
Yeah, I
Diesel.
mean,
We don't mention that word here,
Okay,
Stan.
sorry.
Mr. Schmidt, you're not allowed to talk about that.
I didn't mention snow, okay?
yeah, we that's fair. We deal with bad weather all the time. We're building in the Panhandle, we build in Fort Myers, but generally there's no delays for bad weather aside from declared storms. I think 24 months is certainly attainable. We've built more complicated projects than this faster than that, so I think 24 months is reasonable with a little bit of buffer as well.
Okay. The other thing I didn't hear you talk about, you have the live workspaces. What exactly are those? Is that like a townhouse type of unit?
So that's the currently design that's the design that we're anticipating here. So it's essentially a little bit smaller of an apartment with either something like an art gallery, some sort of studio, or even just a plain old office that someone could work at on a very lively public plaza.
Oh, so you'd have residential up on top and commercial
Correct.
down below? Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, because I wasn't exactly sure what you had in mind.
So sometimes it's either you can have, there's several ways to design this. You can have the residential behind,
Sure.
sort of cordoned off from the rest of it, or in many cases there's sort of like a loft concept,
Right.
or you can even have just like a completely separate unit that's cut off from the bottom.
Okay. That just caught my eye, because I don't think I've seen that on anybody else's plans. I just wanted to understand what you were doing. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate the 5 of you leaving me a little time.
Very little.
Greg, I appreciate you guys being here. I was kind of intrigued by the rooftop restaurant.
Yes.
How much space would that?
So I believe it's approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square feet.
Mhm.
I admittedly don't know off the top of my head, and that this is all fluid.
Yeah.
We anticipate potentially adding more space all along the top of that, if possible, if it's desired by restaurants. What we'd like to do is go in and try to get restaurants interested well before we even break ground and commit to
Yeah.
this. And if they want that, we can include that.
Okay. Yeah. The more, certainly covered in air circulation, but the more outdoor, airy space that you can have, the more I think it's going to be accepted. And I'd certainly appreciate it as the one of the 6 of us up here that lives closest and would probably be there on his bicycle. But the retail mix, you've got roughly 30,000 square feet of retail space. What kind of mix of businesses do you anticipate?
So we would
we might
like
be
to
targeting?
we would like to put the majority of restaurants and bars. That's probably unlikely, but ideally you have at least half of 15,000 square feet is going to be various restaurants and bars. The rest can be your typical tenant profile. We could have nail salon, what's done very well in our other projects are salon lofts, which are basically where men, women, children come in, get different spa treatments, mostly getting their hair cut and getting their nails cut, and they are probably one of the best tenants out there because they always pay their rent, but also because they drive so much more traffic. You can have a 4,200 square foot salon loft, and that's one of the brands, drive in several hundred different people in the course of an afternoon. And that overflows into all of the other tenants. Coffee shop, you can have a small convenience store, etc.
Donut shop, bike shop.
Whatever your heart desires.
Hey, you never know.
There is a bike shop on the street, they probably wouldn't be too happy about that.
Unless they wanted to move, who knows?
Yeah.
We've got approximately 6 minutes left for follow-up questions. Start at this end, Scott.
Just more of a comment than anything, and this is for not only BLD, but all of the folks that are in the room tonight. I can assure you that permitting and review with our staff and our team will not be a hurdle in your projects. That's not gonna happen. We've got an incredible staff. We have a ton of talent, a ton of confidence in them. They know the value in this for the community, and this is a priority. So whoever gets the opportunity to do this, they will brag about our staff for future projects. So I just want to put everybody's mind at ease, because I can totally appreciate what you're saying, because I've heard that in the past many moons ago, and that's not happening here. So, but thank you for your
Tim
practice.
Berman will give him his personal cell phone number.
That dude's
There he is right there.
That dude's shoulders are so broad, and he wears bright color shirts. Everybody knows who he is.
Ain't missing him. Drew, what else you got?
I echo what he just said. We're not going to be the problem.
It is a process.
It's a process, but it's not going to be a
And
problem.
Frank, I don't think it'll be a problem at all because of the commitment to it. Let's face it, this is not the kind of thing that we do every day.
Correct.
This broad, but as far as the commitment to get things done, I have a lot of confidence in our staff. You good,
Yeah.
Chase?
A quick follow-up in regards to your comments earlier. I think it was Councilman Stiltner's comments and questions regarding the number of residential units up there. I'm not in disagreement with you regarding the need for a continued influx of people to come in there to keep the viability of the commercial aspect to it. Is there? But your number is significantly high than some of the others, and I'm wondering, are you taking into consideration? You've been to the Enclave right up there, out the road. There are more apartments and condos that are also going to be coming in just north of where you're at. So with that into consideration, with the future of what's coming as far as residential in that area at all, is there room for a reduction in that? And I understand that with the reduction, there comes an increase in the cost of that housing. So it's choose your poison here. But I'm just curious because you've heard time and time again. You've probably heard it last week. We're looking for a destination place where it's as most appealing to our residents in Port Orange, that they've waited a long time for this, and if it's really just kind of a nice area for a bunch of people in apartments, it's not really what we've been holding out for 20 years for. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I think for our firm, our company at least, it's probably has to be well over 300 units. There's no question, at least for us to make the financial metrics work and to hold it long term. I don't think we could do something like 250, 260 units like some of the others have proposed. If that's what the council wants, I can appreciate that. That's not what we would do. And generally, we don't look to maximize the number of units anywhere we go. Our Panama City Beach project is only 220 units. So if if we could reduce it by a couple units, I'm sure we could do that. But I'm sure that at least for us, the financial metrics would not work under 300 for sure. And I'm not going to commit even to 300. I don't know off the top
Oh, I
of my head.
understand, yeah.
But it's something we could look into.
Jonathan, you got anything else?
One quick question, you can make it a yes or no. Have you had any preliminary conversations with any possible commercial tenants since you guys started this process? I know it's really early. Have you reached out to anyone that you might know who's a commercial tenant somewhere else that might be interested in this project?
No, we have not. Honestly, this has been pretty quick. That is not something we've had time to do. We know tenants specifically that are looking to move to this area and need retail space in this area, and those who we would go to immediately. There are restaurants and bars, and specifically I know that one of these salon suites is looking to move to this area as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Stan, anything else?
Yeah, one real quick question. I noticed we've got all the commercial sort of on that northern corner of the property. What's the access in terms of bringing food, beer trucks, whatever? How do we do that? Is that on the old Halifax Drive, or are you going to be able to sneak them up on the what's that, Hickory, the road there?
Herbert.
It's Herbert.
So the way that we've envisioned this, and granted, I'm sure this will be reworked multiple times before we would ever break ground, is the entrance is probably through the large parking lot, or you could probably even drive through Herbert, but where that 5 is on the right behind the commercial plaza, that is dedicated for commercial parking or commercial vehicles during certain times of the day specifically.
Okay,
that's
so
where
in the morning when
deliveries-
they're dropping off new food for the night, you've got plenty of room for people to get in and out
Correct.
of there.
Okay.
Correct.
Because that's a concern. I know one of your competitors was bragging about their traffic flow. So I just want to catch up with you on that.
We also wanted to ensure that this flowed all the way through from Ridgewood through the parking lot to Herbert, so there's sort of a circularity there. And yeah, that was one of the things we spoke to our architect about specifically, was where would deliveries and commercial vehicles park when necessary.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, just real quick, I just want to say that I am not hung up on the number of residential units as long as the aesthetics are right, primarily as long as you achieve what we're looking for from the commercial and from the public enjoyment standpoint. But Wayne, are there any technical issues that we need to worry about with this design?
I think that he's addressed all the questions we had with them, the permitting agencies. I think he's addressed all of that. I don't see anything here that would make it technically infeasible to do.
Okay. With that, you've got 2 minutes if you want to give us, or less, if you want to give us a closing statement of some sort.
Once again, Mayor, council members, I want to thank you for the time and the effort and the commitment. I know this has been a 20-year process, probably going to take a couple more years, but I assure you it won't feel that long. I know you will listen to some other proposals tonight, and I know that all of them have good ideas. We are open-minded and flexible if anything is absolutely necessary or desirable. I told you the parameters that work for us and what we need to do to make this work. I do believe this would be a destination. Granted, this is a lot of units, and I appreciate what some of the members of the council have mentioned one way or another. We do believe that this is a coherent project that incorporates the park, the plaza, and the apartments, and we think that that combination will make this a very lively destination for this area. People will drive by on Dunlawn, on Ridgewood, and they will want to stop to see what is going on. I agree, Port Orange could use a place like this. I think west of 95 has developed significantly, but that is generally just a commercial area surrounded by apartments. That's not how we view this. We view this as an interplay of live, work, and play. We want people to go to the park and utilize the park and then come over to the town center, take a load off, have a drink, get on their bike, and move on and keep using the river walk. I will end on that, and I appreciate it. We made our offer at $9,250,000. No city-owned parcels, so we hope that would speed up the process. We're not requesting any additional funds. Thank you
Greg.
from BLD Group.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you
sir.
so
Thank you.
much.
Okay. And Wayne, I have noticed that I can see the cheat sheet much better with my glasses on. I promise to stay in order from here on out. Which brings us to our second proposal from Bristol Development Group.
Good evening. Microphone's over here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Bend that thing wherever you want it.
Yeah, and I assume you'll have monitors you can
We
see.
do.
Yes, sir.
Good, all right. I'm Charles Carlisle with Bristol Development Group. I think maybe you've seen our presentation that we did on Zoom. I have with me tonight my partner and one of our 3 founders of our company, Ashlyn Meneguzzi. She's available if I start to stumble and fall, she can come in and I can tag team her. And then when it comes to the questions and answers, she'll come up and we'll both be available to answer questions. I think having seen our presentation before, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about who we are. I'm happy to go back to that. The only thing I would say is we have a lot of experience doing exactly this kind of destination development with residential and retail. We have a wonderful design team.
I haven't seen your presentation, so I'll just ask you, don't skip over the pertinent stuff.
Okay. So,
No, that's fine. Just-
okay.
just, yeah,
All right.
as you go.
well, maybe we come back and do that in the Q&A if that's okay. We have a wonderful design team with the same kind of experience in doing destination places, Charlon Architects and Dix Height, our land planner, landscape architect, both in the Orlando area. So I'm going to spend most of the time that I've got talking about the plan itself and how we got where we got. But I want to start by saying that we at Bristol are collaborative by nature. We often collaborate among ourselves. We work collaboratively with our design team. And in the situations in the past where we have done projects like this with other cities, we have worked in a transparent and collaborative way with those municipalities. And that's the way we propose to go through this. So if we are fortunate enough to be selected, then we would propose to do that to make sure that every element of this plan is something that meets your goals and objectives. The things I'm going to show you, I hope you'll take that into consideration. Go backwards one step first. I want to talk about when we first sat down with our design team, we established kind of 3 rules or principles about how we would go about approaching this. The first was we wanted for this effort to show that we could make it work with just the city-owned parcels. And so the plan we have does that. We think we have done it elegantly and in a way that meets our other principles. We would love to have those other parcels, and if we're selected, we would immediately go see if we can get some or all of those. And it would allow some improvement in the plan, but we thought it was a whole lot easier to show that we could add things than it was to explain what happens if we have to take away parcels that we can't get. The second principle that we set was that we wanted to take the public point of view in mind to every element of the plan. What the public sees from the perimeter of the site as they drive down Dunlawton or Ridgewood, what they experience when they come into the site, what they feel when they come into the site, and every element has taken that into account. The last thing, we wanted to have a place that had good connectivity to the public streets, and within the development itself, we wanted to have something that was walkable. We wanted to have something that was an appropriate scale. So those 3 principles led to 2 big decisions that have driven everything in our plan that we think are important. And the first one of those is parking. We realized up front we had 2 choices. One was, given the scope of the residential and commercial we wanted to do, we could do surface parking, which is less expensive, but it meant we had to take a big box approach to the parking and likely would have had the perimeter of the property looking just in like this at a surface parking lot instead of something more elegant. And we decided, though a garage is a little more expensive, we decided that a garage parking to accommodate the residential component primarily was an appropriate way to approach this. And that decision affected a lot of different things that I'll point out as we go through. But our goal was to be able to have interior streets that felt like this, so that as you're driving through or walking through or riding through with your bicycle, it's a great experience as opposed to having that big box type parking. The second thing that enables is from the outside of the plan along Dunlawton and Ridgewood, there's no place where you're looking into a surface parking lot or a parking garage. You're looking at architecture, and this is just an example of one of a public street in Baldwin Park in Orlando that I pulled up off of Google Maps. But that was, this parking decision was one of our two big decisions. The second decision we came to was we wanted to keep Halifax Drive and Herbert Street intact and use those for circulation through the property. And I'll explain those as I go through. So I think the context plan you've seen, and I'm sure you by now you know exactly where this property is. So focusing in on our site plan, I'm going to spend most of my time talking about this. And I'm going to go through this right to left, kind of bottom to top, so to speak, and start with the building on the bottom right, where the number 1 is, and that's our multifamily building with somewhere between 240 to 260 or more units. That would depend on the final unit mix and the unit sizes we have. And you'll see we have tucked the parking garage into the inside of that building, so the garage itself is not visible from any public street. As you go along Dunlawton, you see these nice courtyards instead of a wall of buildings that you would have if you didn't have the parking garage. And so it's enabled a much better feel to the project along Dunlawton. As you drive into Halifax, it's a relaxed setting. The building doesn't dominate the waterfront. It's set back, which we think is appropriate. And all that is enabled by the garage, which is where the number 3 is. That garage has 90 public parking spaces at the ground floor, which are accessed where the numeral 2 is that comes off of Halifax Drive. So that would be free parking for people who are coming into the site, along with the other public parking that we'll get to in a second. The number 6 down at the bottom is a little flex building because it's separated from the rest of the commercial. Right now, we think that would be a different kind of retail than the retail that's down on Halifax Drive and on Herbert Street. It could be an office space, but we've given it a neat little look with a tunnel drive-through into the parking lot that's behind it, again, to try to give a good public face to the development. Over on Halifax Drive, where the number 4s are located, those are all retail spaces on the ground floor, raised up slightly above the public street, so there's a place for outdoor dining that isn't right down at the sidewalk. We envision Halifax having sidewalks on both sides, street trees, and specialty paving at places to calm traffic down, and on-street parking. A little bit like that street that I showed you from West Palm Beach a minute ago. I'll talk about the types of retail in a minute, and we'll give you some examples of those. But this is about 18,000 square feet of retail space on the ground floor with residential units above. And those residential units here and in the apartment building provide eyes on the street. It provides people who have a stake in what's going on the waterfront. So that's a principle that a woman named Jane Jacobs developed years ago in New York. And that eyes on the street is an important component of good public places. You'll see that the way Herbert Street is designed, it's got the ability to turn into a cool little main street if we are able to get these other parcels. We faced the buildings on that street as well, and you'll notice that all of the surface parking for that commercial space is tucked behind buildings. Nevertheless, there are 126 surface parking spaces off the streets behind those buildings, and there are 80 parking spaces along the public streets. So think about the experience of somebody coming into this site. If they're coming for the first time, they can drive on Halifax Drive or come down Herbert Street and actually see the waterfront and know what's there before they decide to get out of their car and park. If they have to come through the big surface park lots, they don't even see what's there until after they've gotten out of their car and gone to the waterfront itself. So I think having that connectivity provides a great element for the public. It gives a way for people to park right there on the street and get out and do what they want to do, bring a picnic lunch with them. They don't have to carry from a parking lot 250 feet away. So that provides a lot of opportunities for utilization of the waterfront. I skipped over number 6. I think I mentioned this in the earlier presentation. We'd like to do incubator retail there. That's little spaces that we would build out ahead of time, lease to people for 90 to 180 days at rents that would enable them to try out a concept. We've seen that work elsewhere. It's sort of what I describe as a win-win-win. The entrepreneurs who want to try out their concepts have a way to try out their business without making a big investment and a major commitment on a long-term lease. The public wins because there's always something new going on in those spaces, and they can come down there and see the new bakery that came in, or the new cookie shop, or the new fabric crafts place, or whatever. And we think it's a win for us because it adds life to the project. So that's everything below Halifax Street. On Halifax itself, you'll see there's a number 10. We'd like to have a zone of Halifax that could be closed off and become a festival street. So you could have an arts festival on a weekend or a music event. It could be used for a lot of different things and create more life for what this destination should be. The Riverwalk itself, by the way, I should have mentioned this up front. Halifax Drive in this plan has been pulled away from the riverfront to widen the Riverwalk area. If you notice now, Halifax at points is almost in the river. So we've pulled it back. We've created a little undulation as you drive through there to create more interest. And so that's made room for a wider walk. We envision over on the right side a more natural area, perhaps a wooden river walk that extends out over the water. And then as you come back to the left, to the north, where the number 7 is, that would be a pavilion that could be maybe reserved for a family gathering or a company party or a bridal shower or whatever. When it's not used like that, a family could come and have a picnic there. It's got a lot of opportunities for utilization, but the walkway would continue past that uninterrupted and on into the north. We had a little hint at it in our original plan of having a day dock and a kayak SUP launch. We made sure those are actually shown in the plan this time. And so that's, I think, all of the elements of the plan. But going back to those 2 decisions, the garage and keeping Halifax Drive, it's enabled so many elements of this plan that we think are important, taking into account the public view, what the public sees from the street, what the public experiences when they come into the development itself. We did an exercise for ourselves to say if we took all of the parking levels above the ground level in that garage, it's 340 spaces above the ground level, and took the equivalent of that as surface parking, how much would it be? The answer is it's about 2.5 acres. And so this is a little thing to just show you what 2.5 acres for surface parking takes out of the plan, what you can't do because you've got surface parking. Again, going back to the garage. As to retail types, we've done 8 different mixed-use projects with kind of this destination type retail. All of the tenants we've ever had meet these kind of descriptions. It could be everything from restaurants and tap rooms and things like that. We have a bourbon bar in one of them in Louisville, Kentucky, yoga studio, a dog training studio, a craft shop, things that bring people to the property. What we've learned through that experience is it's not about getting the highest rent for the space. You might be able to rent to a financial services company, for example, and get the highest rent. Nothing wrong with that business. We need them. But in this kind of destination, you want things that bring people in to show interest. And so we found we're better off if we have to accept slightly lower rents, when we get the right users, it adds value to the entire community. It lifts the value of the residential, it lifts the value of the remaining commercial. And so all of our mixed-use communities have these kind of retail components. We threw in some inspiration images. The one in the upper left shows the little tunnel drive-through, which was the, if I can go back, where number 6 is, that was the inspiration for this. That building was actually designed by our architects and is in Jacksonville. So we like that idea of something to add a little extra interest to Ridgewood Drive. In the end, the architectural style is something we'd like to do collaboratively, make sure it fits into Port Orange and not somewhere else. And so that's something that's open for discussion as we see it. We've also shown inspiration images of what the Riverwalk and the Halifax should look like, the kind of activities that would go on if this is done properly. I think you've got the matrix that shows the number of units and things like that, number of square feet. We've got 25,000 to 28,000 of commercial, the way this is done, and we can do more if we can get some of the other adjacent properties. The one thing I want to emphasize is the numbers on the bottom left of this screen. I know that you all mentioned these other parcels that you own could be available maybe for overflow parking, but I don't think people want to park across Ridgewood to come over here. And so we've tried to make sure we have adequate parking within the development itself. And that's why we gave 90 spaces at the bottom of the garage to public parking. We've got 126 spaces in those surface lots behind the commercial buildings. And we've got an additional 80 spaces on site, on the streets. So that gives a total of 296 public spaces that are there for the public. They're not set aside for any other use than that. Back to the whole Halifax Drive thing, sorry to keep beating this, but this shows what that does to connectivity. The different ways you can come in and exit the site, we think, are just important components. And doing that, this is a street section I can come back to if we need to, but doing that enables a lot of things. It helps create the destination feel to this. It provides the connectivity we've talked about. The configuration I mentioned undulates through the site to give it a little more interest as you drive through there. Streets like that, like the one in West Palm we showed, there's one in Jacks Beach, there's one in Winter Park. You can even think of Park Avenue in Winter Park, which has been there forever, is almost that kind of street. They add life to a community, and so we think it would add vitality here as well. They're flexible. We like it doesn't really connect anywhere, so you can't see anybody using it as a cut-through street, and so closing it periodically for festivals and things like that would add a lot of flexibility. And then it also provides for great public access for police, fire, and emergency vehicles. And so I'm going to close with these. These are some scenes from similar streets and places. This is a project our land planning team worked on in Winter Park Village. It's a rendering, but I think exists now. None of us worked on this. It's in the UK, but it shows that cars, bicycles, and pedestrians can coexist on the same street. This is a street in Seattle that was closed down for a festival, another example of how that could be done. And then back to Clematis Street in West Palm, where again you can see pedestrians, bikes, cars all coexist comfortably. So I've got a minute left I'm not going to use, and I'm going to ask Ashlyn. Ashlyn, by the way, Ashlyn's passions are design and marketing. Internally, we call her our director of hip and cool, but she is continually driving us to think bigger, think better, think differently, and so she's a lot of fun.
All right, we'll go ahead and start with the Q&A portion then. This time, Drew, why don't you lead us off?
Okay, so I think you answered the one question I had, the trail. I see how you're combining Halifax, moved it closer, and pushed the trail out.
Yes.
It's still remaining at 20 feet wide?
It is 20 feet wide
And runs the
everywhere.
entire length to tie into the existing trail?
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay.
Maybe I ought to put our plan back up just in case we need to refer to it.
Okay. It just, on the screen, it was running together, but I can kind of.
It does.
You know, I can kind of envision it, and I see here on the end where number 8 is, on that north side, north of Herbert there, where it would tie into our existing trail. I see that you didn't make any change to the offers. You increased the multifamily a little bit, possibly, and increased the commercial slightly. And so Halifax, you're envisioning it staying open to through traffic all the way through to Herbert Street?
Yes,
And then, obviously, we'd probably have a low speed limit and.
absolutely.
And then the ability, I like that you have the ability to close it for, if you want to bring food trucks in or art show or whatever.
Right.
So, that works. I do like the design here out at Dunlawton and Ridgewood. And overall, you know, presentation is good. Like I said, you didn't make a lot of changes, but, you were listening, obviously, to what our concerns were last week.
Right.
I like that there's not parking across the street. You seem to have that. So the parking garage, the public parks low, and then the residential will go up a
Correct.
couple, what is that, 3 floors or 4?
I think there's 4 levels above. There's a 5 level down.
Okay, gotcha. You didn't talk much about number 9. What do you have out there? Just like a static little
Have to find
kind of
number
park,
9.
a little gathering, maybe some benches
Oh.
and things?
It was more like a natural zone
Okay.
to have a trail through there, and maybe places where people could sit. So the idea was kind of to leave the south side of that a little more natural feeling, and
Okay.
the northern part of it more active.
Okay. Okay, and it does run the, okay, that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Chase?
Hey, impressive presentation. Is there a scenario in which Halifax is completely shut off to traffic where it's just strictly pedestrian? Is there a doable scenario with that?
I think it's an interesting question. And I mean, again, I said we'd like to work collaboratively, if I can get that word out. And so I wouldn't want to say no to that. I think we'd want to explore that together. I think there's some advantages to having auto access to that at times, but there may be for big events, perhaps it would be okay to close it, portions of it, but I don't know, you have a feel
Well,
about that?
and I don't know. That's your job. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking you. Closing it sometimes. I prefer more consistency, so people don't have to guess whether or
I would
not the
too,
road's going to
yeah.
be closed or not.
My default answer would be, I'd like it open to autos unless we've closed that little festival street section, but open to discussion.
Right. Are you intending, and can you commit that you will not seek any additional tax incentives that's currently offered in our ordinance?
Right, we've met with the city manager, Mr. Clark, and verified, I think we can work within the programs you've got.
That's all I got. I appreciate it.
Jonathan?
So I gotta tell you, I've spent some time in one of your projects in Nashville because I do music for a living. I travel there a lot.
Great. Which one?
The one in the Gulch. Big fan of Biscuit Loves.
Yeah.
Many mornings of Biscuit Loves.
That's great.
Might need to bring them down.
So just, will appreciate this. When we started the Gulch, literally there was nothing there.
Oh, yeah,
Like-
it was barren.
It was barren, so
Yeah.
we were kind of involved in all of that, the retail, the multifamily, the condos.
And look at it now.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. So, but anyway, focusing on what's in front of us here. So you've done 8 destination projects. Just for a short answer, I already know the answer, but I want it nice and clear for everyone to hear. The garage includes public parking. They'll be able to use that garage.
That's correct.
Yeah, I
90
wanna-
spaces.
I figured yes, no is easier for people to get. I thought it was peculiar. So you're not showing the art house property. You've stated you don't believe that residents are going to want, or people are going to want to park and walk across, but you're still wanting to purchase that as well as the Dave Pest Control property. What are your thoughts for those properties if they're not included in this project? And if you're not showing either one of them, specifically art house, what's the reason or what's the thought process for those properties?
Well, I think first we'd want to be sure the art house continues to be viable. You know, one thought was maybe even find a way to bring it over to be part of this community.
It already has home.
But we don't have specific uses other than one potential one if it doesn't conflict with the city goals, which is we really would like to have some of these parcels that are on site, and if we could exchange
Right.
one for the other, that would to us be the best use of those parcels that you have.
It's an interesting idea. So I don't want to get everyone's kind of getting tied up on the Halifax Drive thing because that's not really been the vision, I don't think, that we've expressed up here. It's kind of been closed off and more for pedestrian, for people to walk. However, though, I find it very interesting how much you're moving it. I'm trying to be open-minded as well because just because I have my little vision in my head doesn't mean I'm correct. Would there be a world in which you could keep Halifax Drive open until you get to that first road here at the Resi Over Retail, so that you kind of you could come down that little exploration zone, you could still have a way to access and get out to Herbert Street, but then that would allow you to have more retail there instead of having that open, do something a little bit different. Maybe that might be a compromise. It sounds like you guys are pretty open-minded to things like that.
Our experience, Ashland mentioned this earlier today, in other cities we've worked with, the final plan never looked like the first plan. And so, yeah, we'd definitely be open to
They're all
talking
better,
about
right?
it.
Well, and
They are.
I think a point to make, the most important thing about this project, the residential's a part of it, and I know everyone has a component for that. But the most important thing is getting that river right, and the connectivity, how the public accesses it, and how that's used. That's what becomes a win-win for our project, for the city, for the people who go down there and spend time.
Yeah.
So if you get that right and then work backwards, kind of.
I wonder if there'd be a way to, I love the idea of a rooftop restaurant bar down that way. I wonder if there's a way that we could talk about moving one of these retail projects to be something like that. I'm sure, like I said, a lot of that's details. It's on the table, but yeah, I'm gonna ask you the same thing that I'm gonna ask everybody else. I want to ask about time frame. You heard BLD already, and do you agree with that timeline, or do you see it to be a little different?
I think so. I mean, to make it simple, we put 90 days of due diligence in our proposal to you. We would simultaneously start full design, because that does take a while for these kinds of projects. So we looked at a 1-year period for all of the design permitting that to take place. A lot of that's going to be dependent on you to work with us quickly and cooperatively. And then roughly 2 years for construction. So the goal would be, kind of from the time you make a decision, 3 years, it's open.
All right.
So December of 2024.
There you go.
Perfect.
Mark the date.
Merry Christmas, everyone. All right, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Stan?
Sure. I'm a little bit color challenged, my vision wise. So the area between 2 and 1 and 3, that kind of lighter colored area.
Mm-hmm.
What's that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be residential, or what's?
You're not color challenged. I didn't even pick up on the fact that is a lighter color. That's where some of the apartment amenities are located.
Okay, so it's
that
more
would-
like
yeah,
a gym or something like
right.
that. So
On the
something
first, on that first.
That's
floor.
really just for the apartment units.
It is.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, because I'm going, all right, I'm not really sure I understand that.
Yeah.
You know, I love the idea of the tunnel, or whatever the proper word is, on 6. That's going to be a nice, attractive thing. And again, I like the way you guys talk about the user's point of view, because, as you pointed out, getting the river right is really going to be what makes this a lot, because it's going to make it valuable to the businesses there. It's going to make it valuable to the tenants there. Everybody's going to want to use that river. And then as it connects to the north, it's just going to make it valuable to the whole city, because now it's really an active part of the city, and I think that's what we all want, is to see an active use for this property, and that's going to drive the donation, or the destination feel. So that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Scott?
Thank you guys for coming tonight. A lot of effort and a lot of vision into your proposal and your plan, and I very much appreciate that. I'm not so sure I have as many questions as maybe just some general comments, and I very much appreciate Ashland's comment about you guys wanting to remain flexible, because we want to fast track things. We want to get going, and I know that these are all concept plans, and at some point, whoever we select, we got to sit down and really try to look at some things that we think will fit the best, as well as you guys. And I jokingly said last week, if we could take some glue and some scissors and cut a little bit of all 6 projects, man, there is one hell of a project.
Yeah, I heard
right?
that,
So,
yeah.
I would just share with you that I think, you know, for me at least, and I've toured a ton of projects that I think meet this kind of vision, especially along coastal communities in Florida. The Halifax Drive along the waterway, I've seen that tried a lot of different times, and even when you elevate a couple of feet, what happens is once you sit, and now, you know, that couple of feet, there just always happens to be the guy that parks the big truck, you know, instead of the small economy cars that you're not seeing over the top. And so that would be one area that I would like to maintain some flexibility to talk about alternatives. Sure, you know.
By virtue of these buildings being in the floodplain, the finished floor elevations of those retail buildings are going to have to be several feet above the street level. So where that outdoor dining is going to be elevated probably 4 to 5 feet above where the grade of Halifax Drive would be.
Oh, okay, because I saw in this one sheet here, it says 2.5 feet, so it would probably be a little higher than that, actually.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So yeah, that's good thought, but you know, again, I think some flexibility, because what I see is, I love communities that have places like this to go to, and as close as we can get things to the water, like Ashley's talking about, making that water work, in my opinion, put the road behind, but you know, that's stuff that I think everybody's probably got a different opinion on. So
I think if you could figure out an elegant way to let people experience it, I mean, to see what they're coming to, and not have the road, that'd be great. But having a wall of residential or a wall of commercial that blocks the view from the entry,
agreed,
is
Yeah.
what we struggled with.
Well, and while the Halifax is really important, equally important is Dunlawton and coming down the main street, and what you see, or not seeing just a sea of parking, but seeing the tunnel building and greenery and little courtyards. I mean,
Sure.
you want it to be pleasant.
Yeah.
From every angle.
I agree. As far as like the, you guys have answered the question. That was what I had written down here that Councilman Foley brought up, was possible plans for parcels B and C. You know, I like that idea. I think that's a good thing to kind of have, not necessarily nailed down right now, but be flexible and be fluid with that. I will say that I think that overall throughout the whole project area of this, all the way from these parcels all the way down to the city park, as we do festivals and events, there will have to be some parking on the other side of US 1. And I've seen that done very well in other communities, and I think that collaboratively we can get there, because it will not all be able to fit on one side. But primarily, I like that idea, so I think you've done a pretty good job right there. You know, Mike, if you could just comment for me, like the types of projects, and I know you guys have done this, but how do you bring that destination into this project to where it's the true destination? Just sum that up for me just a little bit on how you guys have done that with similar projects like this.
You want to go, or you want me to?
Well, I think I'll start. The two things, Halifax the front of the property, and then, like Charles said earlier, really selecting the type of retail tenants that you have. That is a huge issue, and we many times will have small, or take a chance on a tenant. I mean, we have one in Jacksonville that sells plants and wine and coffee. I mean, they're, you know, but they're a great tenant. They bring a lot of connectivity, a lot of activity into the project. So I think focusing in on that is a real key to this.
I think another important element is to find design professionals that have done this before, and they know how to create the streetscape and the buildings. It's not about the beauty of the buildings, it's about the way that the public reacts to the buildings. And so having a design team that's done that before, and you know, I think that's another element, but I like yours too.
I like that it can get done in 5 stories instead of 6. There's that. Talk to me a little bit more about that retail mix. You had that in the presentation. I have noticed that the mix needs certain synergies where everybody plays off each other. I think that's important. But talk to me about what you try to achieve with this.
Yeah, I think it can't all be one thing. So like the yoga studio, you know, brings people there that could then maybe go next door for coffee, or they could go next door for beer or whatever. We just leased up a community in the retail portion of a community in Louisville. We joke when we got coffee in the morning, local. Oh, that's another thing I ought to say is having local tenants in those retail spaces to the extent that you can. People who have a local flavor. If you've got I'm not going to pick a brand, but if you've got a national brand or regional brand restaurant that you can go to 3 miles away, it's not as special as if there's one of a kind or a local, you know, restaurateur, local shops, things like that. So trying to find those, but anyway, I digress. So we got coffee, local coffee shop, we have a yoga place, we have a tap room, and we have a bourbon bar, Louisville, Kentucky, and we have a dog training studio. So those are, you know, it's kind of a nice mix of uses so that they don't conflict with each other, and you know, or
Some of them are stronger in certain day parts than others, so it helps with that.
And
Traffic
another
department.
important, the coffee provider opens early in the morning, but they don't close until 9 at night, and they serve beer in the afternoon along with, you know, so, and they've got an open patio facing the public street that, you know, activates that street. So it's just kind of thinking through things like that.
Okay, and of course, Wayne, I'm going to ask the same question you're going to ask everybody else. Are there any technical components of this that we need to be concerned about?
No, sir. You guys didn't ask all the questions on utilities and stormwater. You asked the others, but we had these conversations with them prior, and there's no technical issues that we're aware of.
Okay. All right. Let's start with follow-ups. Drew, you started. We can start the follow-ups.
I really don't have anything. They answered all the questions unless they want to add anything or change anything.
Well, they'll get to be able to give us a final statement at the end anyway, so.
Yeah.
You good?
Yes.
All right. Chase, what else you got?
I think you alluded to it earlier, but just to be a specific question, if you were to acquire the additional parcels, would you seek to include more commercial area in there, or would you want it to be residential?
I think probably it wouldn't be more apartments like the ones here. It might be some more like single family. We do a lot of single family and we've done condominiums as well. So maybe some sort of it could be residential above retail. It could be some sort of special kind of residential. But I think if it's on Herbert Street or on Halifax, it should be commercial on the ground floor. Retail, you can interpret that.
All right, where's your stormwater drainage?
It's an interesting question. If we have to have retention, it would go underground, but our civil engineering work so far, and it is not extensive, is that at this location, this close to the river, it's not right to retain the water. You need to treat the water. And so we would have a stormwater treatment facility for water quality, but no retention itself is what I understand. Now, that's obviously something that's got to be vetted through.
That's why we have engineers, right?
Exactly.
And finally, as alluded to in the or spoken specifically in the first round, your history of developing, are you selling the property afterwards, or you to maintain management of it?
Just a technical thing is, we're not a contractor and we're not a property manager. And the reason we're not a property manager there, it's hard when you're doing work in Florida and Kentucky and Tennessee and all to get a critical mass and hire the best people in the property management business. So we try to hire best in class in our local market for management. We have a strong asset management team that oversees that. Ashland heads that up. We've got 3 other people involved full-time in that.
Guess I'm just asking, do you have a long-term stake in the?
Well, I think by virtue of this being an opportunity zone, all of us are going to have a long-term stake if we get this, because you need to hold it for an extensive period of time in order to get the tax benefits. We're in one other opportunity zone that actually was an RFP that we got selected for in the city of Knoxville. And so, you know, that's another one we're going to hold long-term. We're driven by what our investors want. Selfishly, we'd rather hold more, and we've held some, you know, 7, 10, 15 years, been in business 22 years. But sometimes our investors want to sell. It wouldn't be the case here. The people coming into this would understand that they've got to stay long-term.
Very good. Thank you.
What else you got, Jonathan?
I'm going to ask you the same question about staff. How was your experience working with our staff? Everything go well for you?
It has worked real well, and I want to see if I can take the permitting work for all of our other projects around the southeast and come here.
Bring it.
As soon as we get this one done.
Contract.
Have you had any preliminary conversations? It sounds like you really like to do the mom and pop, you know, not these big chains so much as you know, they own 1, 2, 3 kind of specialty.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess you haven't had a chance to have any preliminary conversations with any tenants that are interested.
No, it's too early. But while we like those local, they have to be viable. They have to know what they're doing. They have to have a reasonable financial backing. But you know, we'd love those kinds of tenants.
I think I'm going to get the same answer every time I ask it, but I'm going to just ask it for sake of consistency. So thank you.
Well, and the incubator spaces too can help.
Yeah,
So
the
those
incubator
local-
spaces
those are
are-
really good.
It's a very neat idea.
Yeah.
Sounds like he wants his biscuit place.
It is really good.
That'd be their 4th location, or I think 3rd.
Something like, there's one in downtown Franklin.
Franklin.
Yeah,
we
that's
can walk
right.
to
I've
it.
been to
It's
that one
great.
too.
So when you're doing the underground treatment or the retention and treatment, do you use this to water the green spaces on the property then, so you have kind of a closed loop?
We haven't. It's an interesting idea to try, you know, kind of like the gray lines that some communities have tried. But I can only think of a couple of other places where we have water treatment and no retention. That's an interesting question to explore.
Well, I was kind of flashing back to some previous stuff I'd done where they were looking at the different lead levels in the building in terms of energy efficiency, usage of materials, local materials, this kind of stuff. And I don't know, I didn't ask the other fellows, I kind of forgot about it, but is that anything you guys even look at, or is that raise the price too much where it's not worth looking at?
Because we are in the residential business, we have tried not to do LEED itself. We've done 2 other programs. One is a part of the International Building Code. It's the one that, I can't remember the name of it, but it was designed for residential communities like this. That's what we're getting in Knoxville. We've done one called Green Globes, in a project in Huntsville that we did with Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company as our partner. They wanted a green certification. We did another Green Globes So yeah, we love those kind of things.
Well, I was looking at specifically, you've got like building 4, which is pretty much all commercial building. Well, you've got some residential on top, but that's kind of what rung my bell again and said, let's ask about that.
Mhm.
That's it.
Okay, Scott?
Still trying to get my mind around my wife's doing yoga and I'm drinking bourbon while somebody else is training my dog.
After you've had coffee.
It can work. It can work. Just know it can work.
Can the dog drive
You
home?
just spend
That's
the
the
whole
next
day
one.
there.
Yeah, no question. So, no, I don't have any specific questions. Just in your wrap up, if you would, just kind of go over what you're trying to offer us for us, so we have it on the record. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
And for my part, I'll say the same thing I said earlier. I'm not so caught up on how many family residential units there are, just as long as the commercial element and the open spaces, those enjoyment. I understand that those things pay for the other, but I'm looking for the other, so I'm not going to tell you what you can or can't do with that, as long as the aesthetics are right and we meet our goals for aesthetics and public enjoyment and the commercial element of it. So appreciate you. Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to give you 2 minutes for a final statement.
It's probably 2 minutes more than I need, and I would just say, I applaud what you're doing. I know this is a difficult thing to come do, spend all night here, but it's a great way to do this, and it's obvious. It shows that you all really care about this this project. And I just kind of close with the things that we found is keeping in mind what the public sees, what the public perceives, what they experience, and if your decision's made on that, can't go wrong.
Okay. Well, it
You
certainly
want to
did.
say?
You said it.
You got a minute 28.
It's okay. Thank you.
Brevity can be rewarded too.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate you. With that, that's the end of the first 2 presentations. We're going to take a short 12-minute recess. When we return, Falcone will be up, and we are in recess now. welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Alfonso Costa Jr. I serve as Executive Vice President at the Falcone Group. I think we're having some technical difficulties here. Okay. There we go. Again, my name is Alfonso Costa Jr. I serve as Executive Vice President at the Falcone Group. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today to present to you our vision for the Riverwalk site. We believe that this development really is a partnership. I know the notion of a public-private partnership came up last week during the meetings that took place and were led by the Colliers team. And although it may in some respects not be the true definition of a P3 or a public-private partnership, we do think, as manifested by this evening and everything leading up to this point, that it does require close collaboration with and partner with the city and the city staff that have been so transparent and helpful throughout this entire process. And within that concept of partnership, we took to heart, and we think that given our track record and our experience, that we are a true destination-making real estate development and investment firm, and that the vision we're putting forth, and you'll see throughout the course of this presentation, is a community development that really is the best for the city of Port Orange. Quickly, the agenda will run through 4 high-level sections, including the team qualifications. I think it's really important to go through your experience and track record as a firm, because history repeats itself and speaks to not only your ability to perform, but your risk as a developer and your ability to bring a project to fruition. Secondly, the project details, which my colleague Ryan Williams, sitting here on the edge, the Executive Director of Acquisitions for our firm, will discuss both the project details as well as the financial details and the timeline. I promise I didn't go back and revise my slides. I know some questions have come up about the development timeline, so you will be hearing from us specifically on that. And then lastly, public benefits and closing comments. So again, really quickly to go into our team qualifications, our firm was founded by and is currently CEO'd by Arthur Falcone. We're a home state firm, Florida headquartered, founded in 1989, have developed more than 15 million square feet of real estate development over more than 40 years. And we have, as I said earlier, extensive history of public-private partnerships, not only locally but nationally, and we will in fact focus more specifically on the local projects throughout the state of Florida. Here you see an image of Miami World Center, which is the second largest master planned urban development in the entire United States, only to Hudson Yards in New York City. We believe that we do have the strongest form of capital strength, as evidenced by our track record. We've developed our required interests in more than 20,000 multifamily apartment units and 10 million square feet of commercial space over the past 17 years alone. Our assets under management are valued at more than $2 billion. And I know we'll get into the conversation in terms of long-term hold versus develop and flip or sell. And I think, again, here, as you see with AUM exceeding $2 billion, that in fact we are very intentional about the developments that we deliver and bring to fruition, and we're very intentional about long-term holds. Another thing that we really wanted to focus on is our strength as in terms of an ability to attract the strongest type of commercial tenants. And so you can see here on the screen probably some familiar logos and names. You've got UFC Gym that occupies about 30,000 square feet at our Rise Plantation Walk development, which we'll talk about here shortly. El Jefe Tequilas at our Promenade Sunset Walk in Orlando. Rumble, which is another workout and fitness center focused on boxing. You got the original Frank Pepe's Pizza out of New Haven, the first pizzeria in the entire country, Ford's Garage. Also ranging to your more traditional shopping type tenants, including Skechers, Sephora. I know last week the commentary came up about bringing your significant others to the Riverwalk site, whether it be for shopping or food optionality. And we maintain very close relationships with all of our retail tenants across our developments. Again, we are Florida-based, 40 years of experience. We have no other state to go back to if we don't deliver. Our reputation's on the line, and I think the Colliers guys can attest to that. Just some of the premier destination-making places we have delivered across the last several decades, including in Orlando, both the Margaritaville Resort and Encore Club at Reunion, Plantation Walk further down south, $350 million 31-acre development. True live, work, play, new urbanism type concept, including multifamily, commercial, retail, office, and a full-service hotel. Again, Miami World Center, something I referenced earlier, and the Beach Walk Club in St. Johns County, another mixed-use development. Again, some fancy pictures here in terms of what has been delivered at Margaritaville. These are not renderings. These are real images. Again, 250 key hotel destination with event space, more than 40,000 square feet of event space, multiple restaurants and retail. And the proximate promenade at Sunset Walk, 200,000 square feet of destination space and retail as well. And you don't have to hear from us. You can hear from those who we collaborate with throughout these public-private partnerships. Here you have DT Minich, who serves as the president and CEO of Experience Kissimmee, which is the official tourism authority for Osceola County. Just talking about the relationship that we've developed with him and his team over the years, and the ability to bring Margaritaville Resort, Promenade, Sunset Walk, and Encore Resort at Reunion all there in Kissimmee over the years. Plantation Walk, the 31-acre mixed-use development. Again, Tony Martin's the fire chief, just talking about our ability to revitalize a local area and do a thriving, walkable, mixed-use development. Miami World Center, one of the largest master plan developments in the entire country, with hundreds of multifamily units, hundreds of thousands of square feet of retail and office space. And hear from the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, talking about our ability to bring positive revitalization, housing supply, and economic production to a local area. And lastly, the Beach Walk Club, the 14 Crystal Acre Lagoon in St. Johns County, and one of the local county commissioners. Again, these are references not from ourselves or people that we pay. These are from those who are sitting in very similar positions to yourselves, lending their perspective on our ability to deliver. This is another public-private partnership that we actually delivered outside the state of Florida in Oregon, but I'm really a big fan of the aesthetic of that development, so I decided to include that. Project details, I'll be introducing my colleague Ryan Williams here. Again, he's our Director of Acquisition, so Ryan, if you could please join me at the dais.
To echo Alfonso, thank you again for taking the time this evening to meet with us. In regard to the project, in concept planning and designing the project with our planners and architects, we were essentially governed and guided by three principles. The first being the engagement of every border of the project. This starts along US 1 with a creation of a monument and entry signage along Herbert Street, as well as an iconic monument that is at the southwestern corner of the property. These items, coupled with a keen focus on an improvement in public infrastructure, namely sidewalks and pedestrian plaza areas, as well as the landscaping, we believe that will draw in residents and visitors from the surrounding area. Again, the engagement of every border culminates with the engagement of the Riverwalk, which is, of course, is our keen focus and emphasis for the project. In regard to the second design principle, we highly sought to prioritize both the visitor and resident alike. And again, this focuses and culminates at the Riverwalk. We have dedicated the Riverwalk to just that, pedestrian-oriented space, and a widened and emphasized 25-foot walkway and pedestrian path that governs the entire development. To culminate all of this, the focus is on a creation of a destination. In discussing a destination, two critical changes that we made to our plan from initial submittal to today was one, the addition of commercial space, and to be more specific, the addition of commercial space that is destination creating, and we will get into that as we walk through the site plan in more detail. So in speaking to the site plan, kind of governing your eye and how both residents and visitors will essentially approach the site, we chose to make Herbert Street the predominant promenade and access point to the site. So in that, and as I've noted, we wanted to design an iconic entryway and signage, as is noted in number 1 in the site plan. From there, visitors and residents are kind of immediately guided directly towards the waterfront. As you can see, there are unobstructed views from the entry of Herbert to the waterfront. So we wanted to immediately draw in the pedestrian to a plaza space that is at the end of Herbert Street. That plaza space is highlighted by what we would look to create as a large outdoor seating area that's predominantly anchored by a major restaurant tenant. And then as the pedestrian walks out closer to the water, they immediately see another addition to the project, which is a approximately 2,000 square foot pavilion, which we would look to dedicate as public space. Thoughts came to mind in regard to potential outdoor yoga type sessions in evenings and whatnot there. Immediately walking to the south along the riverfront, you see the amenity and pool type area that will service the residences that sit above the ground floor commercial space along the riverfront. And then as one again meanders down the pedestrian path, they are met with additional retail space. The retail space in between the respective plaza type areas will be dedicated towards more of a local tenancy, a smaller shop type tenancy. We view this space as essentially space that can accommodate those type of tenants. And then we will look to serve the restaurant or experiential type tenants at the bookends of the respective buildings where the plazas are located. So again, walking further to the south along the riverfront, the pedestrian is then met with an additional plaza space that is dubbed as number 11. Here, this is another bookend of the building, which will be highlighted, accentuated with outdoor plaza seating, as well as restaurant bar type area. That immediately takes us to the building that is atop the water as number 12. This is designed and planned for a 5,000 square foot commercial restaurant space that will be one of the predominant anchors of the development. To service this type of area, we wanted to plan approximately 245 multifamily residences to complement what is going on the ground floor type space, to ensure a healthy and viable community throughout. The second addition to the site plan was number 14, which is a one-level parking deck. We wanted to include this item to accommodate the increase in commercial space when taking into account the residential parking needed as well. So we viewed this as the most viable and feasible option when it came to respective building costs and design here. Program summary, to reiterate, we are planning 32,000 square feet of commercial space. As we've spoken to, roughly 40% of it is dedicated as anchor type restaurant space. The remaining balance is to serve as small shop type space at the bottom of the respective residential buildings. In terms of the residences, we will seek to deliver approximately 245 multifamily rental units. This is static from our original presentation. And the residences are, essentially Class A in nature and designed to face the water. Predominant amount of residences will have water views and are designed in a way to provide privacy and comfort for respective resident homes. These are a few additional images of inspiration that we sought to show you all what our view and thought was along the waterfront. The top left image is inspiration for the waterfront restaurant. That is a restaurant in Jekyll Island in Georgia. We thought it would capture the same aesthetic and feeling of northern Florida. And then the image to the right is of sculptured stairs in which we would envision creating on the waterfront here as well. Again, this is a zoomed-in view of those three waterfront elements that we've added to the presentation. As you can see, the pavilion, sculpture stair, and waterfront restaurant type area here. This is a third image of a Riverwalk public trail in South Florida. It was a revitalization of the Jupiter Inlet. Thought this was very comparable and of great quality to that of what you are trying to accomplish here. Last, wanted to discuss architectural style. Given the North Florida location, we thought it would be best to deliver what we would dub a contemporary version of an old Florida or low country type aesthetic. These renderings we thought spoke to that specifically. It's of a development we're envisioning in Mount Pleasant. And then lastly, this is a rendering of a active public-private partnership in which we are in final negotiation and selected as the finalist in West Palm Beach. It's very comparable to this location. It's a 6.5 acre waterfront parcel along the C-51 canal that directly abuts the Intercoastal at West Palm. So, given the waterfront area, whatnot here, we thought that this was most comparable and a great example of a project of ours in a later stage of an RFP presentation. Additional rendering here. A close-in view and zoomed-in view of the waterfront. And moving along to financial details and timeline. We were able to increase our purchase price from $7.25 to $8 million for the predominant 10-acre parcel, and decided to include the parcel directly across the street for an additional $300,000 for a total purchase price of $8.3 million. We anticipate a project budget of roughly $72 million, and as Alfonso has noted, in regard to source of funds, we manage our own discretionary capital and are capitalized via an Opportunity Zone fund for this project. Moving along, these are example lists of our financial references in which we are currently working with in projects in Florida. To note, worthwhile noting that our economic benefits and projected tax revenue from both property tax and sales tax of the commercial space is roughly $2 million in first year of operation. In regard to our timeline, we anticipate a 90-day diligence process followed by an 8-month approvals and permitting, with a quick groundbreaking at the tail end of this year, coupled with a roughly 16 to 18-month construction process. We've delivered like projects in the area in that same time period.
Thank you, Ryan. I think we said this year being 2022, obviously, but we'll make our closing comments during the reserve 2 minutes towards the end. So,
Okay.
Q&A. Thank you.
We are appreciative of the fact that you had that timed so well.
That's my colleague up here.
And there you go. So we have 30 minutes for Q&A, and we're going to start with Chase this time.
Appreciate the presentation, gentlemen. I'll be honest, at last, at first with the small amount of commercial, I wasn't too interested in you guys, but I liked the concept. The design itself told me that you get what we're looking at, and I still wanted to hear you based on our comments last week and see what you did with the commercial addition. So I appreciate seeing that. My couple questions: how did you increase the commercial activity so much, but the dwelling units stayed the same? How were you able to fit that in? How come it wasn't in there in the first place? What's the how did you come to that?
Yes, absolutely. We took another look at the respective mix of units and chose to focus a higher density of units in regard to 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, and drawing away from the 3-bedroom type units. In regard to the increase in commercial space, we did convert ground floor space to commercial, as well as add significant restaurant space at the waterfront.
Yeah,
So-
and then furthermore, Councilman, I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but we did introduce a 1-level parking garage with underground water retention, so that also allowed to alleviate the parking requirements in terms of the surface that'd be taken up, and that enabled us to bring about more commercial space as well.
And that 1-level parking garage is number 14, right?
It's the bottom right corner. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was going to be my other, not so much a question, just a comment. It just, there's so many things that are really good from all of these things. Some of the things I'd want to take or leave it. I don't know how to solve the parking issue, but you talk about iconic entrances and all that, and here's the most visible portion of it, and I see a parking garage. That doesn't sit extremely well with me. But again, I know this is early on conceptual designs.
Definitely early on, and we over time have done a really respectable and admirable job in our structured parking, especially down at Miami World Center, to make sure that the facade, you would have no idea that it is in fact a garage at first glance as you bypass the property, but that's well understood. And I think if anything, tonight's presentations and the duration of these discussions on the Riverwalk site have shown that a lot of the different firms are very capable and receptive to constructive feedback. And by no means, or stretch of the imagination, is this 100% set in stone, because we are capable of doing exactly what you all envision. And we're excited again about this potential.
Well,
opportunity.
and I'm open too. And if you tell me that it's not even going to look like a parking garage, it'll be an incredible looking field. I'm going to look at that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and of course, another consistent question. I just want to get folks on the record as I'm asking this, and no right or wrong answer, just my curiosity. Are you intending to, or do you commit tonight that you're not going to seek any additional tax incentives other than what's currently offered in our ordinance?
Yes, we commit to that, and we have been in conversation with the city manager, Mr. Clark, on that very topic.
All right.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the adjustments that were made from last week on. So hopefully there'll be another lightning round later on for a quick one. But and you've chosen to close off Halifax, I see, to complete. No
Yes.
traffic.
Yes. In alike developments, along the coast of Florida, in projects that we have been involved with, and others that we're simply citizens. We thought that would be the best design and plan for the continuation of Halifax as you make your way up to the city parcels and the park and whatnot.
All right. I'll end my time early. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jonathan?
Great presentation. Thank you guys for being here, being interested in this property. You already answered the timeline question. I'll start off with the easy one. Staff, how was your How was your experience working with our staff? How'd that go for you?
No, as I referenced earlier, working with not only the city manager, but Tim Berman and the rest of the team has been nothing but a pleasure and a huge vote of confidence and commendation deserved for the Colliers team as well. It's been a breath of fresh air in a lot of different ways in terms of the sequencing and the swiftness of which this process has moved. I think it bodes very well and speaks to a point that was made earlier about the commitment that the city has in terms of on the other side of the coin, whoever is chosen in terms of permitting and approval. So I think that again was exemplified throughout this process in and of itself.
Right. Specifically to your project, I'm going to echo what Councilman Tremont just said. I really have a hard time seeing a parking garage on a dominant corner here. Specifically, I'm confused why you would do a one-level parking garage if you're going to do one. What's the thought process? Why would you not do two, look to add maybe a few more apartments and some more commercial? What's the thought process behind having a single-level parking garage on that corner?
Yes, I mean, two items there. One is cost. It important to take into account, feasibility and constructability of a project. A one-level parking deck in Florida in this market is significantly less cost, and allows us to deliver the other commercial space in a competitive manner. And then second, in regard to aesthetic, a one-level parking deck is essentially easily, as Fawn said, easily hidden, right, via landscaping, via facade. And we believe that it is a major corner. We agree with you, and it's our intent to accentuate that corner with an actual monument, and tuck the garage back behind that.
Got you. So I like your idea with Herbert Street to make it kind of this grand entrance, but just something out of curiosity here. Why would the restaurant and you have commercial there? Why would the restaurant that's on the waterfront not be kind of the thing that's positioned down as you're coming in this grand entrance? You're kind of going in there, and I see like you go right by the resident swimming pool. I just found that, would that not make more sense to go down on that end if you're looking at this project specifically?
Yes, I mean we can consider that type of planning option. A planner and architect thought process behind that was to allow the visitor a direct line of sight to the water. That was what we wanted to accentuate, which was the river, nature, why this is such a interesting environment, and then wanted to end that area with something that is dedicated to the public. Where we are in South Florida, we had mentioned the Jupiter Inlet and Lighthouse. They have a very alike, public type setting around the lighthouse. They have, yoga at twilight, whatnot. We wanted to kind of bring that type of, aesthetic and village type atmosphere to this project.
Yeah, good idea. All right, I think I'm good for now.
And then in regard to the restaurant, which is located slightly farther down, we view that as an anchor in which to draw people down and through the Riverwalk area, whereby perhaps they wouldn't otherwise.
Very good. Thank you.
Stan?
On this latest plan, you've got more features on the river itself, and I noticed in one of your other renderings, I think, where you showed more access to the river, or the canal, I guess it was down in South Florida. Have you worked with the regulatory agencies that control the water and what all the loops and hoops and jumps you're going to have to make going through that?
And we do that very frequently. It's a great question, and whether it's the different local agencies, or I heard Army Corps of Engineers was referenced earlier. Florida Department of Environmental Protection is also implicated by virtue of the fact that in December of 2020 they took over all federal 404 permitting on behalf of the Army Corps. So no, we're very familiar with all the different regulatory agencies that have the relevant authority And again, as you mentioned earlier, sir, the West Palm Beach project, 8111 South Dixie Highway, is a perfect example of that, as we're actively negotiating with the city on that.
So you've seen that act before then?
Yes, sir, unfortunately.
And then, so right now, as I understand it, with the new parking garage on the corner of Dunlawton and Ridgewood, is that where the underground water retention area is going to be?
Yes, sir.
That's what's going on.
That's what's proposed as of now.
In your presentation, your video presentation that was brought to us, you talked a lot about opportunity zones.
Yes, sir.
And
oh, sorry, I apologize.
are you the finance guy? One of you guys that you can give us the two-minute?
We're both finance guys. I was going to
Okay.
reserve the opportunity zone component of the presentation for the end, for the closing comments. But so the opportunity zone legislation, it's pretty personal to me, not only professionally but personally as well. I served as deputy chief of staff
Right.
to Dr. Ben Carson at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I actually served as his representative on the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council, and worked with the Department of the Treasury both on both rounds of proposed regulations and the final regulations that govern qualified opportunity fund investing. And I know it was alluded to earlier in terms of would this be a long-term hold, and most folks said that they would in fact do so. We're coming up on the end of the 5-year benefit, which allows for a 10% decrease in your capital gains tax liability should you not invest into a qualified opportunity fund by the end of this calendar year. I think that most folks that are here presenting tonight are of the mindset of, at the very least, this would be a 10-year hold to benefit from the 10-year hold benefit, which is 100% step up in basis on the appreciation of your qualified opportunity fund investment. All that being said, as Ryan referenced earlier, we see ourselves as the lowest risk developer to perform here, given the fact that we have all of our own discretionary capital and have our own qualified opportunity fund capital to source this project. And so that makes us much more nimble in terms of financing, capital strength, and delivering on a timeline of which is really, I think, based on the process thus far, important to the city and the residents. I know the mayor mentioned wanting to use that shovel before he's out of office, right, potentially, and I know that if you take a glance at our timeline, that would be well within that.
So just in summary, then, the opportunity zone is really a federal tax issue.
Yes, sir.
That's going to impact the investors. It's really not money out of the city or the CRA or anything like that.
No, sir. It has absolutely no bearing at all in terms of the question that Mr. Tremont proffered earlier. And also, it is, as you mentioned, solely revolving around the capital that's put into the deal itself. Right. And it's worth noting also that the ability to benefit from that 10-year hold gain doesn't lapse until mid-2040. And so that's something really important to keep in mind. And given our assets under management and our desire and predilection for destination making, the long-term hold and the quality of the development itself, it couldn't be more important in an opportunity zone for our firm. So.
Okay. I just wanted you to expand on that, and then you did, because I know there's a number of people up here that aren't familiar with what that looks like and is, so it's worth it just to have you step it through us.
No, I appreciate the question, and the great thing about opportunity zones is that it was initially bipartisan introduced legislation by both Tim Scott of South Carolina, a Republican, and Cory Booker of New Jersey, a Democrat, the Investing in Opportunity Act language, and so it has received a lot of great receptivity, right, across the country, across the aisle, which is really important. So,
I think that's it, Mr. Mayor. I'll pass it on later.
Thanks, Stan.
Scott?
You guys pull up your
yes, sir.
project plan real quick again for just reference. So, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so your project in concept at least takes into account 6 parcels that the city doesn't own that we're not here tonight to offer up, right? What's the plan if those 6 parcels can't be acquired, or part of them can, or something like that? What is your thought process through that?
Yes, absolutely. In how we have designed this, we're cognizant, of course, of the respective parcels.
Excuse me. Can you speak up?
Oh, excuse me. We're cognizant of the respective parcels, and how we have designed this. It's predominantly dedicated to parking, surface parking spaces. and we can increase the amount of garage spaces accordingly if need be. And you know, by our standards, we are overparked for, you know, residential type use. So the site plan is very malleable in that regard.
So if you can't acquire those properties, what does that do to your projected commercial square footage?
It will
Nothing.
remain static.
It will remain,
Yes.
Still looking at 34,000 square
Yes.
feet?
Yes.
Okay. On that same concept diagram, where you have 1 and 2, what is this pink shaded area kind of to the north there? What is that all about?
The pink shaded area there.
Kind of like all this area right here.
Oh yes, that's an additional access area. So it's additional parking.
Oh,
Is
so
there a
that-
building there?
There's no building.
So to the north of 2, that would just be open space parking?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not a part of parcel A.
Right, okay, gotcha. And let's see. Just a comment, some of the Stewart Inlet projects, I guess I didn't realize that you guys have been involved with those, so you showed some of the images, but that's, those are kind of very complementary to what I'm looking for, is getting people right up to the water as much and as close as possible, and I think it works really, really nice down there. So you guys made a lot of concept changes, I think, from the initial submission to this, and I appreciate the fact that you guys responded to some of those things that we're really looking for, well, not just us, but the community as a whole, in trying to do that. So I appreciate how you guys did that. In any of the projects that you guys have done, were you still holding on to the interests themselves? What are you doing to draw in that community connection as destinations? I kind of have an idea because I've been down to some of those places, but maybe if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so whether it's Margaritaville and the accompanying Promenade Sunset Walk, or it's St. Johns County, our Beach Walk Club, live entertainment, art festivals, collaborating with the local municipalities based on what they have as their standing activities and special events, which is something I'll touch on a little bit more in my closing comments. But all of those things, and I think it was well said earlier by a representative from Bristol Development, being able to have a destination whereby it's not only residents but visitors alike that feel compelled to visit the space. And again, across all of our different mixed-use developments, it's a combination of not only daytime activity and that mixed-use combination of retail tenants that we showed earlier in the presentation, but also the nighttime activity as well. And so all of those things, as well as making sure that the local institutions that are really the heart and soul of the community are involved, that's part and parcel, no pun intended, of what drives an active destination spot. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have local buy-in and local respect and appreciation for a given development, it's truly not a destination. So.
To add to that, to clarify, we have an entire retail management team that's very, you know, hospitality focused. So that team works with the respective tenants that lease the spaces, as well as the, you know, surrounding retail community to ensure, you know, health in those respective spaces. So it's very ongoing active management.
In any of your South Florida projects, have you guys engaged with other business ownerships in the area that want to stay there, stay intact, and in any kind of unique ways that you guys can speak to? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a redevelopment area, and so you're gonna have businesses in this corridor. They want to stay. You know, how do you go about establishing those relationships and you know, making sure everybody benefits from it?
No, I think a perfect example is our Plantation Walk development, the 31-acre mixed-use redevelopment of the Plantation Fashion Mall, $350 million development, whereby the Sheraton Hotel, which is the only standing piece or remnant of what was formerly the entire mixed-use development, is still standing. And we work very closely with hotel ownership and the activities that the hotel brings in, and coordinating with them, making sure that it is synergistic, not only with our retail tenants, and making sure that it creates an active spot for not only businessmen and women who are visiting from out of town, but vacationers Also, it's really important in terms of synergizing with the multifamily residents as well. So we've actually collaborated with the owners of the Sheraton Hotel to allow for a reduced fee to have different types of activities to rent out the event space at the hotel. So that type of creativity, we're not scared of engaging with local existing tenants and making sure that we're in fact synergistic. One of the previous slides showed retail tenants. One of them, if you look in the bottom right corner, is Fish, that we know is developing really close, and they're one of our newly signed up tenants at the Beach Walk Club in St. Johns County. And so their success is heavily determinative of our success, and that mutual symbiotic relationship is going to be really important, not only in St. Johns County, but here. And so I think, I can't speak on behalf of the other four, I think, proposers this evening, in terms of their relationship with Fish or other types of local businesses that are, setting up shop per se. But we take that very strongly and seriously, because at the end of the day, it has to be a holistic development that's mindful of your surrounding environment.
That, and then to speak to the business plan here specifically, as we mentioned, the inline space that that is within the buildings, in between the bookends. Our business plan it's very sustainable rent for bike shop type tenant, whatnot. So.
Thank you. I'm good.
Drew?
Hey guys, thanks for being here. I like the overall presentation, but I got to ask some questions and dig a little deeper. On the large parking area, the surface parking to the east of 14 and to the north, that's going to be a shared lot for commercial and for public parking and for the residential parking? Are there designated residential spaces, or is it just going to be shared?
No, there will be a designation between residential and
so
commercial space.
they'll
Yes,
have their allotment. Okay, and your timeline, which I love the speed at which you're doing this, did that take into account the getting the rights to do what you want to do on the water?
Yeah, no, we baked in all the different complexities involved with the development like this.
Okay.
And given the fact that we have an internal house identity of interest general contractor, it makes our ability to secure bids on the construction side and the ability to deliver in a timely manner very efficient.
Well,
So-
yeah, just going through the, Army Corps engine and the people
Right.
you were talking about. So how does this project change if you, by chance, can't get that permission? Then some of that commercial space drops off, or do you move it, or
Which space are you referring to?
12,
12?
and the number 6 here and 7, and if you can't do those things, what happens?
Right. Per our experience, we have high confidence and conviction
Okay.
that we will develop those spaces. That being said, we would not intend to allow that to hold up groundbreaking
I gotcha.
on the larger majority of the project.
Right, just be towards
So
the end.
we can actively push for those elements
Okay.
as we go about construction.
On 14, it looks like a good portion of that garage. Now you're saying one level, but it'd be ground floor
Yes.
and one above, so
Yes.
a roof. And about roughly 250 some odd spaces, perhaps? Okay.
256.
Part of that is where the mower shop is. So what happens to that? Do you just reconfigure that garage if that property is unattainable?
Correct. Yeah, we would look to lengthen it.
Okay. And just clarify for me, at number 2 and 3 and 1, where does that go if you can't get the donut shop and the bike shop? What happens to that part of the development? And I think over here on 1 and 2, isn't there a dental office there? Which I don't see on this particular plan, so
Right.
part of this concept includes that dental practice?
Correct. The parking areas and 2 and 3 would have to be moved to accommodate that area.
But you're still committed to 34,000 and change square foot?
32,000. Yeah. 32,450.
32?
Yes, sir.
I think
Okay.
34,250, that was a typo on the previous.
Okay,
Yeah.
so over 30,000, you're still
Yeah.
committed to
Absolutely.
providing the same commercial, just a reconfiguration perhaps?
100%. And, you know, again, I think it was a comment I made to Councilman Tremont earlier. You know, we were greatly appreciative of the feedback that was delivered last week. I'm not trying to blow smoke. I think a few of you could probably at some point in your careers pursue a career in land design or urban planning. But no, we were encouraged by the commentary, and as you can see, based on our track record, a lot of our developments have actually a lot more than we're proposing now.
Yeah.
But I think that in and of itself lends to the belief that, again, on the go forward, if we're honored enough to be selected to continue to discover, whether it be 20 to 30 or 30 to 40, 40 plus, 1,000 square feet.
You're flexible.
That's what we're known for, sir.
Okay.
And I think the Colliers team can attest to that.
Sure. I do like your 25-foot promenade or river walk or side, whatever you want to call it. I like that. That pathway, is that have the ability to, like for your deliveries and everything, or would that come strictly from the parking areas? Like all your commercial deliveries and things?
Yes, I mean, in regard to commercial delivery for, 12 and that space, it would be via the parking lot.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for now.
Okay. Appreciate the five you leaving me a little bit of time.
I finished early.
I think that your presentation is a specific example of why we did not decide to shortlist anybody last week. We wanted to give everybody the example, or give everybody a chance to take the feedback that we gave last week in examining what you all presented to us, and listening to our comments, and see what you can do to beef it up and improve. I also know that a company with your track record doesn't become successful unless you do those things and are able to react and improve and work on those things. So I'm very much appreciative of that. Frankly, last week I wasn't sure that you would have made my cut, but this week and what we're getting is it's night and day, and I'm really grateful for the fact that you did. I know I've got 5 drawings here. These are not engineered pieces of work. These are pieces of art. and these are drawings right now. These are concepts. This is nothing hard and fast. And I think that what we had last week to this week is an example of that, and I appreciate that. I did want you to expand a little bit on what you think your mix of retail is going to be like.
Yes. So to speak to that, we are looking to accentuate the bookends of the residential buildings with restaurant space. And that's specifically highlighted for outdoor seating, plaza type areas at 11 and at the end of Herbert Street. So approximately 15,000 plus square feet will be dedicated to restaurant cafe type space. And then speaking to the remainder of the space, that's predominantly inline space, which is in between the bookends of the buildings. And those are spaces, as we've said, those are dedicated to more of your local type tenancy, dry good type retailers, and whatnot there.
Okay. Do you have a current plan for the C parcel, or are you just acquiring that to put in your back pocket in case you need it for something?
This is the Art House parcel?
Yes.
The plan is to acquire that piece, sir.
You have any plans specifically for it, or?
So we were actually hoping to receive the feedback that we weren't hoping to receive the exact feedback that we got on item number 14 on the tiered level garage, but understanding that that might not be as well received by the city or the city councilman. trying to understand if we can orient some more parking to the art house piece, as well as potentially an out parcel commercial space. And I think this goes to Councilman Bastian's question about what would happen on parcels 2 or 3, perhaps relocating those pieces there, along with the parking that you could potentially lose on 14 on the upper level, and thus eradicating the need for a 1-level garage. And that's why we did put forth an offer of $300,000 for parcel C. But we think that the way in which we're doing it is something that whoever is selected tonight should feel compelled to do so in such a manner, and I'll get into that briefly here during the 2-minute closing remarks.
Okay. Wayne, do we have any technical issues that we need to be concerned with?
No, we've discussed with them also. They've addressed everything we've talked about, and you've already asked them the questions regarding infrastructure, utilities, as well as the private property. I did one thing. One of the residents that was here earlier tonight did ask me to clarify, as we kept asking about technical questions. She was just saying, as a layperson, they live on Herbert on the west side of the road. They were concerned about parking, and they didn't understand that when parking calculations are done for mixed-use projects, the parking includes residents, employees, customers, and so when I was explaining to her, the ratios do include everybody that would need to park there. So people don't need to address, the rest of you don't need to address it, but just she said that would help her as a citizen and any layperson's listening.
I appreciate you that explaining that, because that's exactly where I was going with that.
So I told her I would do that.
Egress, parking, things like that. Are there plans that are being presented to us technically correct? So.
Yes, sir, and that's what I was trying to tell her, that they are accounting for all of the people who would be on the site, whether you live there or you're visiting, and so I said I would put that on record for her.
Okay, Alfonso, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you all for giving us this opportunity. And Mr. Mayor, I think what you referenced earlier in terms of having the chance to present in person really means a lot to us, and we're just grateful for that opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, this being a qualified opportunity zone, it does further incentivize us to make this a long-term hold development and to make sure that it is of the highest quality. Here you see a quote from my former principal and boss and longtime mentor, Dr. Ben Carson, just alluding to the fact that he has utmost confidence in our ability to perform, along with the other public officials that were referenced earlier throughout this presentation. But again, the fact that it is in an opportunity zone really does mean a lot to our firm, and we're really excited about the potential to deliver here. In terms of making a destination and a true community development, we want to make sure that not only is it a viable destination place for those who can visit, but for Port Orange residents as well. And so we do have various commitments, both from local hiring, but also workforce housing, local events and philanthropy, community engagement, and sustainability. We are going to commit to a minimum of 15% small business enterprise and local firms hired during the construction process, because we know that local businesses are what drive an economy, and your residents within the city of Port Orange deserve to be a part of this development. We believe that this development will create more than 150 permanent jobs across all the commercial activity, as well as the property management of the multifamily, and 300 plus jobs from the development and construction process. And you'll see here 2 indications of how we recruit people for the jobs. 10% set aside for workforce housing, again, 80 to 120% of area median income. For 1 bedroom, that'd be $1,400, 2 bedroom, $1,700, 3 bedroom, $2,000. Local arts and destination, really having activation of the waterway. I spoke with Cameron Vinston, the executive director of Art House, last week, and I told her that if we are selected, we'll be committing a $70,000 financial contribution to Ms. Vinston and the Art House team, which again we think is vital for any developer that is ultimately selected. And then our public engagement team in terms of local support and working with you all. And then sustainability, we will be adhering to U.S. Green Building Standards LEED and Fitwel.
You are out of time.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a
Thank you
lot.
very much, Sean.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks for the stare, because I wasn't watching the clock. The substitute teacher's got something going on here. Harbor Retail Partners is up next. For those of you that don't know, and watching at home and listening before you start, some of you may have heard that Art House locate them into the new community center that is currently under construction here at City Center. So that is a project that is well underway. And they're going to be part of the centerpiece of that new community center when it opens. So Art House will be on the City Center campus. So I think I've stalled enough time to allow you gentlemen to get in place and get going. So welcome.
Thank you so much, council members, mayor. Harbor Retail Partners, we're based in Wilmington, Atlanta, and Fort Myers, Florida. We have 3 offices. We don't really technically have a headquarters. I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina, and Matt is in Fort Myers, Florida. We have been around since 2013, and we've developed almost 2 million square feet of commercial retail and multifamily. We'll scroll to the site plan here shortly, but we've had a generous amount of commercial retail space program for our project. We've got a background in commercial retail and grocery. My background before Harbor Retail Partners, before starting Harbor, was with the Fresh Market. We did about 56 stores throughout the state of Florida, about 160 in 23 states, and really enjoyed working the Florida markets. Matt's got a career too in Florida, developing commercial retail and multifamily as well. So we've got a team that's really focused on specialty retail. We've worked with 10 different grocers over our career at Harbor Retail Partners, and while we've tried to focus on some grocers, sometimes when you're working on specific sites, it just works for, say, 1 or 2 grocers. So it's allowed us to kind of diversify across geography and across different grocers. Matt, you want to scroll to the plan? We'll spend more time talking about our plan, and if you have questions about us later, that's great. As you can see from our plan, we tried to really focus on the multifamily on the waterfront on Halifax River, and we tried to really orient most of our commercial together, on US 1 and Dunlawton. We've spent quite a bit of time with our architects and our designers on the activity lawn and the park place that we have for community events, etc. Matt, do you want to speak to the grocery box?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're showing a 40,000 square foot grocery box on the road as part of as you enter the project. All the sides will be architecturally enhanced, green walls, murals, etc. Additional, retail uses that we're proposing, and one of the things that we really bring to the table here is our commercial experience. We do this every day, we program projects like this all the time. Have relationships with these tenants. We're actively negotiating leases with a number of the tenants that we would propose to put here across other projects across the state. We've actually had some of our commercial tenants. We've already had discussions with them, and some of which have visited the site, and they're very excited about it. Ray, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that.
Yeah, so most deals that we work on, we spend a lot of time just scouring kind of the local market, county, city, and try to figure out who the best-in-class retail is, restaurant, entertainment, etc. So just about every project that we work on, we're trying to introduce just as much local as we are regional and national tenants. What we envision here is, and you can see it in our key legend, we're trying to figure out best-in-class, brew pub, breweries, tap rooms, seafood restaurants, farm-to-table type restaurants to supplement our grocery. You can see from the plan we've got in number 6 and 7, we've got 2 restaurants that orient towards the river. And as far as the expansion of our plan too, I'll just back up for a second. The plan that you saw before, there were some questions about our use of the other parcel on Herbert. So we've expanded that parcel north by adding some additional multifamily. I think there were several questions last week about that. And we've added just a little bit more commercial too on 8. So if you look at number 8, we've added some commercial retail square footage. But we really envision more of a surface parked project here. Under the multifamily is covered parking, so it's not structured parking or subterranean or deck parking. It's really just covered parking. And we've seen that throughout the country. Matt and I visited several projects last week in Tampa and love the utilization of covered parking. We don't envision a structured parking market here. You know, to us that feels kind of more urban, as in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, downtown Atlanta. Here we really felt like this market wanted more of a surface parked project. We've got the retail parked about 5 to 1, and we've got the multifamily parked about 1.25 per unit. So we've heard 3 and 4 units per, or parking stalls per 1,000 square feet. We actually like to park ours at 5, in some cases plus, depending on if we have heavy restaurant usage. Matt, do you want to speak to if we don't control the parcel where the grocery is on?
Yeah. So if you can see in the kind of the lighter dashed line in black, that shows the parcels that are not controlled by the city. Our offer and our plan currently includes acquiring those parcels. However, we do have the flexibility. Our plan, if you can see, you could lose the grocery box and potentially add about 10,000 more square feet of retail. So we would still probably have still the highest concentration of retail. But in our acquiring the property across the street, the 0.8 acres, the Art House parcel, I believe we were the only ones that proposed actually, building a building and using that to actually relocate tenants to that building. So we have that as well as an option. So ultimate flexibility. We'd love to buy the 3 parcels. It just makes everything more coherent. But we do have flexibility to kind of move some of the pieces around, relocate tenants, and still have a very cohesive plan that would not have to change much from what you're seeing.
Matt, do you want to speak to some of the common area elements?
Not good.
Yeah. So if you look at our activity lawn, we tried to separate, oftentimes you see projects, multifamily and commercial mix, that just don't work. A lot of times the retail just doesn't park, it doesn't have visibility. With all of our commercial retail experience, if we've learned anything, you better offer the visibility, the parking, and the circulation. So we've been very thoughtful about the commercial retail here, and we tried to save some of the specimen oaks from your tree survey that you provided in this park area, and also use it as a way to bifurcate the project from multifamily to retail. It was a natural way to do that, and also program some of the activities in the lawn that we described here. So on number 15, you'll see the food truck. On 13, you'll see kind of our community activity center. You can picture seasonal events there, children's education seminars, the list goes on. And so the idea here is to really program that park and that common area such that you're really coordinating with the local community to activate that. You can picture live music on the weekends. You can picture lighting of the tree, Easter egg hunts for the kids throughout the season. And I think, Matt, if you want to speak to just our engagement on property management to make that work.
Yeah, we work with some of the strongest multifamily and retail management companies in the South, in the Southeast, and a project like this works very, very well. Programming everything, kind of what Randy alluded to is, many times when retail or commercial is almost a little bit more of an afterthought, or just to appease zoning, etc., and it's not really thought through very, very well. We study this, we do it all the time in all of our projects, and to make sure both of the uses can work. Some of the, very, very integrated projects. Obviously this is not downtown Miami, etc. And so making sure everything is working properly from a parking perspective. You don't have residents fighting for spaces with folks that are trying to shop, and keeping a little bit of separation. And you can almost draw a line. What's retail? What's some of the multifamily? Everything is cohesive as one project, but from a parking and programming standpoint and management standpoint, you always have to think through, residents and customers interacting, or whether it's folks out late at night versus residents trying to sleep, etc. So we really, on all of our projects, we're doing a project just like this in Tampa right now, a lakefront project in Tampa, where everything, it feels like a project, it's connected, but it also works, because the last thing you want to have is a project where retail and commercial are competing against each other, and the retailers don't have the access, the visibility, the parking that they need to survive, because we've just seen time and again some lifestyle centers, etc., where they open, some of the tenants come in, but it's not sustainable, and a lot of times you can have a lot of vacancy and dark storefronts if it's not programmed properly and managed properly. So,
do you want to speak to the community coordination?
Sure. And so we've engaged as well with Art House. Spoke to them about making a donation to. We'll have plenty of opportunities for art in public places, for murals on our buildings. So we've reached out. They're very excited in partnering with us on that. Also doing events in our green space with children's events and art shows, etc. And so they're very excited. They'll be moving into their new facility, and so we look forward to partnering with them to keep them involved and really to partner with them on engaging with the community. We've also had conversations with the Port Orange Community Trust. Obviously, very active group. Seems like they have events going on every week or every month. So she couldn't fit us on the schedule right away, but was very excited to meet with us next year in person and talk about programming some community events when we open, etc. Other groups that we've reached out to haven't contacted, or we haven't scheduled meetings with yet, but other groups we plan to partner with. Obviously, City of Port Orange Community Parks and Rec, Port Orange Police Athletic League, and Volusia County Cultural Alliance.
And Matt referenced the Art House. What we talked to them about too was just trying to come up with maybe some local artists to help us with murals on some of the buildings. Matt and I have both now worked on several projects where we've been able to add green walls and murals in selective places around the project. It helps break up the block wall or just sort of the big building structure, if you will. So we've got a couple of different green wall systems that we've been using. There are a bunch out there where we're trying to grow Asian jasmine or English ivy, from the root up the wall and cultivate that. You've got to find the right landscaping group to help you manage that and make sure that it grows. But on the mural side, we've had a lot of fun working with local artists in other markets to come up with some imagery that really kind of is nostalgic for the community. That could be, the heavy kind of seafood market that you guys have across the waterway across that Halifax River. We talked with them, very briefly about trying to create some of that imagery that people in Port Orange are nostalgic about. So, and then on the landscape architecture side, we almost always over landscape. Whatever code is, we're well above code in terms of landscaping. And in architecture, we had, similar to Falcon, we actually had a very a focus on kind of that low country meets old Florida, cottage Key West type architecture. So, a lot of times you'll see a higher bid and somebody will come in and value engineer the architecture, the materials, the common area. You won't see that from us, and you'll you know, we're excited about the waterfront activation as well. We've seen a few ideas today that, if we're so lucky to get selected by you all, that we would like to pull from. But of course, the idea is to try to create the connectivity with the trail, and have a boardwalk system that is pedestrian friendly and connects with our project, and to also develop the marina with the current riparian rights that exist. We've got Bobby Ball working with us here locally. Bobby's got a lot of experience doing this, and while we're showing a lot of dock and marina square footage here, linear square footage per our calculations, we would have to dive much deeper with Bobby to perfect it. In terms of funding, we are a fund structure. So I think we mentioned in our prior presentation a few weeks ago that we're on our third fund. We just closed our third fund. So we're very fortunate to be well capitalized and be able to close all cash should we be selected. We've got, you know, when you look at the project, you know, we raised our price from around $7 million to $9 million, so a pretty substantial raise for us. It helped when we were able to add the multifamily units crossing Herbert to the north, and a little bit more commercial retail. I don't think you spoke to the commercial retail across the street. Right. We're designing all underground retention. I think that question's been asked numerous times. So that would be the chambered infiltration systems for the entire project. So no above ground or no storm treatment in the Halifax River itself. I think that's about it. If you want to open up the questions.
Okay. Appreciate that. Let's see, Jonathan, I think it's your turn to start.
All right. Again, thanks for being interested in the property. Thank you for being here. Your project's intrigued me a lot because you've been dealing with the grocery store, so it stood out from day one. I'm going to ask, this can be yes or no. The dog park that you have on here, is that public or is that for the residents?
It would be public and for the residents.
Okay.
Yep.
Also, Drew asked a great question last time around. Residents would have assigned parking in this, assumed?
They would. We tried to create the bifurcation from the commercial and the multifamily. So if you look at the multifamily parking, that's the covered parking along with the surface park, that parks the residents. And so we probably wouldn't mark it, but all the parking that you see surface would be available for the entire project.
So I'm going to ask you, I've noticed all the other presentations that we're seeing, most of the retail commercial has been focused on the north side of the property. You've kind of done an inversion here and you've focused it instead on the south side of the property. And I'm curious what your thought process is to that and how that's actually going to work out to be a destination for people to come down to the river.
Sure. Well, we think we have both with 6 and 7 on the water, and we're willing to add more. Like the others, we're very flexible. We don't pretend to have all the answers. You know, we felt like in order to attract the best in class retail, entertainment, and restaurants, that we had to be able to park it. We also didn't want to put large structures, whether it's, you know, the 5-story multifamily or parking garages on Dunlawton or US 1. We felt like that was so visible to the public that we wanted to be able to soften that view from Dunlawton and US 1 and have our structure on the water. We also saw that as a perfect amenity for the multifamily units. But we just wanted to be able to park it. We wanted customers to be able to see it. So many times you see that ground floor retail or or sort of Main Street that's buried in a lifestyle center, and people just don't know it's there. And so often, more times than not, tenants have trouble succeeding. So we feel like the visibility, the parking, the circulation, if you look at the access points, it allows the customer to get in and get to where they want to go and not have to fight deck parking or, big mixed-use structure. So while we look at it as mixed use, we're trying to sort of create that natural bifurcation and separation.
I'll tell you, your traffic layout to me stands out probably the most of all. I think you guys nailed that with entrances, exits, everything. I think you did a really phenomenal job with that. Last thing is some of these parcels that you have obviously have to be acquired. They can't be done with the city. If you're unable to do that, I believe you started to go into this, you would then have to say goodbye to the grocery store. You said you get about 10,000 more square footage of commercial. Is that what I heard correctly? Okay. I just want to make sure I had it right.
Right, yeah.
So you're losing 30,000.
We'd be, if we.
It'd be 45, right? Because if you got 40,000 right now, or 75. If you lose 40, but you put back 10, and you get 45 total.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Stan, go get them.
Okay. So as I understand this, you're gonna keep Halifax Drive open, so there'll be access to the property at the Halifax Drive, but, so it's basically gonna kind of drop down to the northwest, going along the commercial buildings that are on Dunlawton. And then you've got that spur going over to Building 2, that goes into the covered parking underneath Building B, is that what's going on there?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on the other building, on Building A, there will be other spots. I can't easily find them, might be hiding underneath this tree or something. But it'll be the same type of thing. There'll be like a main entrance underneath there, so people can glide underneath there. That's good. The other thing, I had asked one other group about the LEED certification, and of course that's more for commercial buildings, but you do have some commercial buildings. Is that something that you guys try to do, or is it just sort of a, not something that's practical in this size of project? How does that work out for you?
We've done it in the past. It's a lot of times the tenants are the ones who actually want to do that. So we're so design build with our tenants that it's really just a collaboration with them.
Okay.
If it's in, we've done probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 grocery boxes over the years.
I was wondering if those wouldn't be ones that would be prime users for
right.
that.
That's right. And it's on their radar. They're all looking at it. They've all tried it. Some don't see the value like others do. So it's just a match and pace game depending on who the grocer is.
And then on this site too, to the east, you've got the slips. And have you guys had experience dealing with the regulatory agencies that are going to control the waterway?
Matt and I personally haven't, but we've got Bobby Ball on our team, and Michael Schnapsteiler. He's here with us today too.
Okay.
And the two of them both have extensive experience with it. Yes, sir.
All right. I think for right now that's me, Mayor.
Okay, go back to this end. Scott?
Thank you guys for being here tonight. So, looking at the project, which this one definitely seems to be considerably different than what we've heard so far, it seems to me like the concept idea with the retail really kind of drives the destination feel away from the water. It drives it more out towards US 1, more towards Dunlawton, and in like the stuff in the middle, like the dog park, the activity lawns, things like that, those kind of seem like they're in the middle of they are in the middle of the parking lot. So that doesn't really drive the destination to the waterfront. Speak to me a little bit about what do you see as a vision on how you're driving the community to the water frontage? I get the residential to the water frontage, but how does that get the community up there? Because you've also got one of the smallest trails. I think you're at 16,
I think.
Yeah, 16, and I think most of the rest of that we've looked at are either 20 to 25 feet. So just give me an idea, like how are you going to create that destination feel to that water frontage to where that, because it's all about the water, right? I mean, I get that. So, and I guess I was trying to figure out the restaurant concepts in 6 and 7. Are those rooftop restaurant concepts or are those ground floor restaurant concepts?
Yeah, ground floor, and then with 4,000 feet underneath. I don't know if you have the rendering, or if we can pull the rendering back up, but there's about a 4,000 square foot outdoor covered seating between the two buildings, and there's a pool on the third level, and then down below that there'd be a roof, so that'd be all covered, open breezeway that you would see. You know, if you were standing in front of the grocery store, you'd have views through to see through to the water. But yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, we try to show we try to balance basically what a sustainable kind of retail plan. If we loaded too much in the back, as Randy alluded to, you lose a lot of tenants from visibility, convenience, parking, and so, you know, we want this thing to be full. We want this thing to be 100% occupied all the time. And so we try to strike the balance of, you know, bringing some of it, you know, a lot of it to the road, obviously. That's going to stay very well leased, be active. And then also we have, you know, 8,000 square feet right here, 4,000 square foot restaurants with a big outdoor, you know, covered seating area, as well as, you know, as large as we can, you know, dock and gazebo and kayak launch, etc. I think, you know, we've had all these amenities on our plan from the beginning when we first presented. So this rendering obviously just captures all that we've been intending to do all along. So.
And I appreciate your notion of flexibility, like everybody, because I get it. It's a concept right now. There's room to be done, because you know, to me, there's a 50,000 plus square foot event lawn that we built a few hundred feet away. You know, so I don't know how many, you know, different types of events at event lawns, but I think people are going to want to try to be along that water area as much as possible. And you guys didn't have an interest in parcel B, right? Just A and C?
No.
That's
for
right.
now? Okay. All right. Yeah, I really think they already kind of touched on the other questions that I had, so I think I'm good for right now.
Okay. Drew, take it away.
Okay, you kind of alluded about the potential grocery store. Just beyond, how confident are you that you'd be successful in acquiring the properties needed?
You know, I mean, I think we mentioned this in our last presentation. You never know until you start having those conversations. You know, the parcel across the street was very interesting to us for that reason. We saw that as an opportunity to potentially relocate a tenant.
Okay.
And there's enough commercial in our project actually to incorporate some of those tenants as well, should they be interested.
Okay.
But in similar cases across the southeast where we've developed, a lot of times we just sit down and have those conversations with them and try to make it financially rewarding for them. And if they don't want to move, then we've got a backup plan, like we mentioned earlier. So no, I think what we didn't want to do is shortchange. I think that the comment was made last week too among one of you, but we didn't want to shortchange the vision for the entire project.
Gotcha.
And we didn't want to give up on it. You know, to us, it felt a little bit disjointed to have those other parcels, and if they want to remain and they just have zero interest in either being bought out or relocated, that's okay. Then we'll go
still
to
do
our
the
backup
project
plan.
around them.
That's right.
Okay, so let's move down to the south. Building 3, I like how that kind of, you know, takes up that corner, but I think there's a mower shop in your way. Or is that part of the parking area where the mower shop
You
is?
can see the black outline. There's a dotted black line. If you look at the site plan, you kind of have to squint. We didn't want to dominate our site plan with the current parcel lines, but you can see.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'd be clear.
So that wouldn't affect, that
Yeah.
would, okay.
So the majority of our project, we would be able to construct and perform without the grocery box. And there's still an opportunity to shift a few things around and still retain a grocery box, maybe even a small format specialty grocery box. We've had several conversations already. And so I think, getting back to your question, I think there's a really good chance that we could secure a grocer here.
Okay. On the trail, you do have it proposed as 16 foot.
We can do 20, by the way.
That's what I was gonna say. Are
Yeah.
you flexible to do that just for continuity, because what's to your north is 20 feet? So
Yeah.
you could continue that path with the lighting and
That's
just
right.
make it
That's right.
very
I mean,
uniform.
honestly, we were trying to preserve as much of the current, there's some
Gotcha.
beautiful oaks, some smaller oaks along that stretch and some
Yeah.
palms. Certainly the mangroves, we were trying to preserve as
Mhm.
much as possible.
Well, the mangroves, it's still, we still should be good with, but yeah,
but
that.
if you want 20, we're happy to do it.
Like the valet parking thing, I mean, a lot, even though it's a rendering, you got a lot of detail as to what you got with the event lawns and spaces for food trucks occasionally and things, and, you got your valet, and I see somewhere EV charging stations. I kind of.
Drew, you got excited when you saw food truck parking, admit it.
Yeah, I'm partial to those.
And we don't want
I
to be
got excited.
presumptuous, by the way, about food truck parking, but
Yeah.
around the country, I mean, you all travel and see it too, but we've seen just so many cool food truck, the
That's-
string lights, the
Yeah.
small stage for acoustic music,
Yeah.
and maybe even in partnership with a brewery. So we couldn't help ourselves. It looks like an obvious spot for it.
And I think, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the off-site parking across the street, I get it, but you putting a building there kind of changes that whole aspect, because some of the people would be there and not going here. So, the safety aspect, you put the enhanced lighting and the crosswalks and the lighted and the push and the things, and people just got to use common sense and be safe and be aware that's the biggest thing, is not drive distracted and keep people safe. But overall, I like what you're providing here. This is a lot of detail, and a lot of thought went into this for sure.
Thank you.
You good?
Yeah.
You guys left me a whole lot more time this time around. I know you got excited. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Okay, just want to make sure. I know you got excited when you saw food truck parking. I got excited for you. I'm sure half of us did, Drew. One thing I thought was interesting is including a valet element, and I'd certainly like to see something, whoever it is we select, something along those lines, because, Drew, when you keep talking about safety, I think there'll be, probably want to make sure it's easy for people to Uber away if they have to.
Yeah. Valet park, Uber in and out, whatever.
Uber in, Uber out, and then you don't have to worry about parking.
And I
A
think
lot of
in a-
people do that as well.
And I think to your point, in a multifamily setting like this, the parking right around the restaurant gets constrained very quickly.
Sure.
I mean, it doesn't take many. And so for us to be able to offer valet parking we think is critical to the success of those two restaurants.
Somebody like me that would live 3 minutes away, I'd love to just Uber in and Uber out. And by the time I Uber in and Uber out, if I drove, I would spend that time looking for a parking space. So
That's right.
Maybe should we be saying ride share, since there's more than one? We don't want to be favoring any particular ride share.
Yeah, Okay, I've got the Lyft app also, okay? Usually I check them both.
I think everybody does.
The other element I thought was very interesting was taking the certain retail elements, I think that should be very popular, and putting them on Dunlawton, right where people can access them, and near the water as well. I thought that was very interesting and very favorable. Drew, I'm glad you asked questions about the grocer. I gotta believe that what you're targeting is not your typical grocer, but something a little bit more niche-y.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit more about the retail mix that I'm looking at.
Yeah, well, I think most of what we've heard from you in the community is restaurant and entertainment. So we've tried to program it with as much restaurant as we think the site can handle.
Right.
Usually what you're seeing on high volume restaurants is, in some cases, 10 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. And so you can constrain a parking lot very quickly if you have too many restaurants. But what we enjoy is trying to find the boutique fitness, small format fitness users there's generally a very strong yoga, Pilates studio, et cetera, that we try to target and figure out if they're willing to open up another unit or even relocate from their current location. So we'll spend a lot of time on the fitness side. You know, we do a lot of general retail, sort of spa, you know, various sort of entertainment and general retail uses, but here we kind of envision a lot more restaurant usage.
Yeah.
And you know, we've got a number of in Wilmington, North Carolina, and Matt and I toured a bunch in Fort Myers recently too. But there's just been you know, kind of a resurgence in bottle shops. You know, so trying to target those types of users and kind of curate the best in class for, you know, for the county and for Port Orange would be, one, a lot of fun, but two, we think we could create a really good mix of retail and restaurant.
Okay. The item 12 there, the rooftop, is that something that would have public access, or is that something geared towards the residents?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now it's connected to the multifamily portion of it. However, you know, I think if we could do it and manage it in the correct way, where, you know, it wouldn't get too lively up there if you have residents, you know, trying to sleep next door or whatever, we would you know, we would certainly entertain that opening up to the public.
Okay. That was a point of curiosity for me.
Yeah.
Wayne, do they meet the technical requirements?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. All right, that's good for me. Let's have a second bite at it. Jonathan?
Mayor Chase didn't get a first bite.
Can I have the first bite?
No. Chase, you're the closer.
I know one of your
Go for it.
questions.
My bad.
No, that's all right. No problem, man. Appreciate the presentation. And it's, you know, it's different from the others. So I like getting getting a new viewpoint. I do understand it's all conceptual. I got to share Councilman Stiltner's comments on these as well. It seems to me that much of it is geared away from the water. I mean, this is a great mixed-use presentation. Exactly what I would do if I were going to redo the pavilion over off of Williamson. But I think we're missing an opportunity from a commercial perspective to capitalize on the waterfront. That's just my opinion, and again, I know it's only conceptual and all that stuff could change. But I like how evenly distributed, or I say not evenly, but I like how distributed it is around the entire property. You know, when you, I think that's a good location to have something right there on the corner. It's something that's going to draw people in on Dunlawton. And I continue to like the proposal of shutting down Halifax Drive to completely be enjoyed by the residents from around the city to be able to walk up and down that riverfront. Where's your stormwater drainage on this project?
All underground.
All underground?
We're doing a very similar project right now in Wilmington, North Carolina, so we've got kind of a first-class education in it, and Bobby Ball, who also represents us, has a lot of experience with it as well, here locally.
Are you intending to, or you commit, you will not be seeking any additional tax incentive than what's currently offered by ordinance?
That's correct.
And I know I've asked that question a number of times, and not that I don't have a issue with what our current ordinances are. I just I know our residents are asking that question to me a lot, so that's why I'm proposing it across the board. No, frankly, I don't really have too many other questions on this regard. I mean, I like the concept of the park, but I also agree we've got a park, you know, 100 yards away. But I still like I like seeing the different approach to it, though.
One thing we've tried to do with the retail being a little bit separated from the multifamily, if you kind of squint, you'll see all the sidewalk areas, which we tried to do with pavers and stamped concrete, et cetera, to try to create the connectivity to get to and from the water. You know, so if you're coming off of the path, if you're biking or walking, et cetera, and you want to, you know, frequent the development, it becomes very easy for you to connect to the development. We also talked about.
I did notice that, and I like that. My wife and I like to ride a little motorized scooters down there quite often, so it's a nice entryway.
Thank you. And we talked about taking Building 4, and actually, if you look at the Dunlawton entry point there, the ingress-egress point, we actually today there's a second ingress point between buildings 3 and 4 on Dunlawton, and if we were to shut down Halifax, we would shift that building number 4 up towards the water and create a lot more commercial restaurant and retail along the water. This was a way for us to create the access to the covered parking under building number 2, and also have just a little bit more separation in that building from an access and parking and visibility standpoint as well. So there's always tension between one or the other, but we're very open to shifting that building if that was really important to you all in the town of Port Orange.
And I like the idea of a grocery store, and I don't. I like it because it'll draw a lot of people in there, and then it's a natural progression for them to want to check out the rest of the property. And it's good for fiscal or financial sustainability throughout. It's going to be a good draw to the tax base. What I don't like is a big building blocking the way of the view of everything that's behind it. That would be the only holdup that I would see from that. But no, great presentation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
All right, Jonathan, now you can take a.
I didn't want Chase to get left out there.
I wasn't going to get left out.
I know that. I cannot. Plenty capable of doing it yourself there, sir. You know, so that's interesting. The idea of moving building 4 closer to the water and closing that off, you know, creating that entryway, that could become a destination for people like to come down that far. I like that you guys are open-minded. I really don't think I have any follow-up questions. I know we're running short on time, so I'll pass on.
Stan?
I'll pass on too.
Scott?
Right.
Anything else? Drew, anything else?
Good to go. You got 2 minutes?
Well, what I would say is you said it last, Councilman, we're very flexible, and we don't pretend to have all the answers. We've been doing this a long time. Obviously, we have a strong competency in commercial. We've heard you loud and clear throughout the process that you want a destination site. And as much as we love multifamily, and as much as we love the economics with multifamily, I think many of you have said it too, you're really just creating something for the residents. In order to really create a destination and a sense of place that the town is proud of, you have to have a critical mass of commercial. You have to have best-in-class retail, restaurant, entertainment. And that's what we do. That's core to our strategy, is core to what we spent a career on. So if we're so fortunate to be chosen, all I can tell you is that we would be sitting down with you and staff and trying to figure out, and the community, and trying to figure out how to make this the absolute best it could be. And we've enjoyed the presentations tonight, and there's been some a few items that we've taken note of, and we're not so arrogant that we can't incorporate some of those into our plan. So we're proud of this plan. We've put a lot of effort into it. 2 different architects, 2 different planners, try to get the best of a lot of different opinions. But what I'll also say, Matt, you comment too, is if we're selected, we'll spend a heck of a lot of time trying to figure out how to bring the best of restaurant and retail to the site. Any closing comments?
That's it. We're excited. I appreciate the opportunity, and okay. Thank you.
Great job.
Appreciate you
Thank
leaving
y'all so
1
much.
second.
Thank you.
With that, and based on the amount of time 12 minutes lasted last time, I'm going to give you a 14-minute break, and then we will come back and listen to our last presenter, Cornerstone. We are in recess. And we're back. The final presenter, Cornerstone Group. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here, Mr. Mayor, Councilman. So I would like to thank you for having us here, and most importantly, thanking you for the opportunity to give everybody a chance to listen to your comments at the last meeting and the meeting, the Zoom meeting that we had with staff, and to get a better idea of your vision so that we could have the opportunity to craft our presentation and our development to further that vision. I'm going to be the fifth person to tell you that we are willing to work with you, and we intend to work with you, and we intend to work with staff, and we intend to have public meetings and workshops, and try to make this a development that the city of Port Orange will be proud of, because I know it's what's most important to you. So just thank you again. So real quick, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm J.J. Johnson, and I'm going to introduce our development team. I've got Michael Collard, Ali Akins, and Frank Herring. It's very important that you meet these people, because should you choose us, we are the people that are going to be here working with you. We all live in Orlando, 43 miles away, and with a development like this, it's a time-intensive process, and we will be here with you, working from the beginning until the end. To give you a little bit of background, I'm not going to go into the full resumes that we previously submitted, but the Cornerstone Group is a primarily apartment developer with multi-use retail and hotel experience. They've been in business since 1993 and have self-developed and owned over 25,000 apartment units. Michael Collard Properties is a predominantly retail developer and multi-use developer who has been in business since 1991 and has successfully developed over 6 million square feet of commercial space. I have personally worked with the Cornerstone Group and Michael Collard for the Cornerstone Group for 8 years and Michael Collard Properties for 16 years. And I personally witnessed the successful, timely, first-class development of every project they've worked on. So real quick, I'd like to go over the changes, just a broad stroke of the changes we made from our first submittal to this one. We'll go, after I'm done, Michael Collard's going to speak for a portion of it on some of, and he's going to go over the specific site plan and changes, and then Frank Herring will come up and speak to the specific apartment side of the site plan and changes. So our initial development contemplated, and this development both contemplate the purchase of parcel A, parcel B, and parcel C. That was always part of our plan. We have increased the price of our parcel A offer from $7,975,000 to $10,475,000, which has resulted in a total increase of our original offer total was $9 million to the current total of $11,500,000. Which brings our price per acre up from $735,000 approximately to $939,000 per acre approximately. Now, one of the ways we got at that number to justify this increased number was we increased our residential units from 180 to 240. And then we also increased our commercial square footage. Our original offer contemplated 15,500 designated square feet, but if you recall, we also had a undetermined, undesignated out parcel that we were really sort of leaving open to see what that would become. So in this plan, we've actually designated the space, which increases our total square footage to 35,000 square feet of commercial. Our building size stories remain the same at 5, and our parking has increased from 315 surface and 92 podium to 448 surface and 92 podium, with our estimated budget going from $79,500,000 to $97,500,000. And I will point out that our initial plan did only used city property. And in this plan, this contemplates us acquiring some of the internal parcels.
Actually, all of them, right?
Well, yeah, all of the internal parcels south of Herbert Street. So, you know, I do understand the question that's going to come up, and we will address that later in the presentation. But we do have a plan for first of all, we have sort of a plan for acquiring some of the parcels, and then we also have a plan for should we not be able to acquire any of the parcels, and we'll go into that in detail. So with that, I'm going to ask Michael Collar to step up.
Good evening, I'm Michael Collar with Michael Collar Properties. Thanks for having me here. I'm a commercial real estate developer, having been involved in 30 years of grocery stores with Publix as probably my largest client over the years. I've done multiple retail developments, multiple mixed-use developments. And in a previous life, before I formed my own company, I was involved in some very large mixed-use developments, such as the Quadrangle by UCF in Orlando, a very large urban renewal project in Philadelphia. I've done it since I've been in my own company. I've done about 6 million square feet of development. Like to talk about our new and adjusted site plan. You see it up on the screen there. We heard pretty clearly from you on both the previous hearing and the Zoom conversations that the relationship between this development and the waterfront is vital, and the sense of arrival is vital. So we adjusted our plan so that the arrival to the plaza in the center of our development on the waterfront is reached by pedestrians on the boardwalk going from north and south, and now a new boulevard running between two soldier buildings at the front of the property on Ridgewood, directly to our signature building on this project now, our food hall. The food hall will have floor to roof glass walls at either end. So as you're arriving, heading east towards the food hall, the visual will be through the food hall. It'll be a transparent building through the food hall to the plaza, to the restaurant. The other elements on the plaza, flanking the plaza, are clubhouse, which is for the residents, and a Publix amenities building, which will be a combination of opportunities for community events, opportunities for the food hall to sponsor wine tasting events, cooking classes, public events for especially just groups locally. But it will be flex space, but again, it relates directly to the waterfront and the plaza. My current mixed-use experience is relevant, recent, and local. I am completing the development right now of Oviedo on the Park, which is a city acquired, master planned community in Oviedo, their new downtown. I acquired the remainder properties after the first 650 apartments went in. They were independent of much retail. The city put in tremendous infrastructure. They had to. They didn't have a waterfront like you have to work with. So they put an amazing amount of thought into amphitheaters and entertainment splash pads. I am developing about 200,000 square feet in Oviedo on the Park. We have about 65,000 feet of retail service, a 10,000 foot food hall called the Food Factory, a beer garden looking down at the lake, some office, and the last phase of our project there is 25 live-work townhomes. That experience, particularly the food hall, and its the traction that's created and demand that's created, has spurred my interest in putting another food hall here. We will operate that food hall, so we're not looking to try and find a tenant. We will be both the landlord and the tenant. We have a very strong vested interest in the success and sustainability. Other typical tenants, I know you were asking other presenters what their vision was for the sort of tenants that might be coming into the retail spaces. I'll give you, again, a current relevant local example. In the last 4 years at Oviedo on the Park, in the casual dining sector, Starbucks, Chipotle, Five Guys, Panera have all come to Oviedo on the Park. In the fitness arena, Pure Bar, Hardcore Fitness, Ruckus Cycle Studio, and the Stretch Lab. So we have 4 fitness facilities. More than 4 fast casual, they were just top of the waves for you. Lots of services, men's barbershop, and personal health and dentistry, opticians. We see and the casual dining business now, since COVID, is completely demanded now outdoor patio dining. You guys can't develop it without that anymore. So you'll notice now on each of our 3 liner buildings, the 2 on Ridgewood and the 1 at the corner of Dunlawton, each end of each of those buildings has a designated patio area. We'd like to brand our retail development projects, and the food hall and the remainder of the retail, we're branding it Emporia. So this will be the Emporia food hall. Emporia being the derivative Emporium, Greek for marketplace. The one question that was asked earlier was, how are you confident that you can deal with the Corps of Engineers? Our project does not live and die financially upon docks. It doesn't live and die on having that extended deck out over the waterfront. We'd love to have them. Kimley Horner are our civil engineers of record for this project. They will go permanent if they can. We did note, I think from the Zoom call, that the southernmost dock we had originally site planned, we had full size boats on. It was recommended we did not do that, as there's no depth of water there. So that is now a day dock for stand-up paddle boarding, that sort of stuff, so 0 draft facilities. The entrance, we feel like this is on Ridgewood. There should be a boulevard entrance that drives you straight to the food hall and onto the water. Emporia at Riverwalk, as I said, is 35,000 feet of experiential mixed-use development. The 10,000-foot food hall will have a craft cocktail bar, potentially a brewery, and 8 to 10 food offerings. The food factory in Oviedo, as I said, has a craft cocktail bar, 7 food concepts, and the beer garden. The sort of feel for the food hall is light, airy, as I say, with the glass walls front to back, giving you a visual through the building. This is a rendering of the food factory, which I would love to invite you over to take a look at. It's still in hard hat status right now. We're insulating the roofs and planning to dry the buildings in. We'll be ready for an opening in March or April of next year. With that, I'd like to hand over to Frank, whose experience is on the Cornerstone side, very much more on the multifamily side.
I'm going to hand this to JJ because I'm technically incompetent, but my name's Frank Herring. I'm a partner at the Cornerstone Company, and I live in Winter Park. I'll be personally responsible for the financing and well-being of this project. But just to kind of jump to a couple of key questions, because then I'll have a chance to come back. We've owned about 15,000 apartment units in Florida, and the reason that I'm able to stand here tonight and say these financial promises is we own them and paid them off, and we will build this project, whether on cash. We're going to pay $11.5 million in cash at the closing. On the schedule, and assuming we don't run it, we're going to probably permit the waterfront stuff on a separate track from the primary buildings to avoid the entanglements with the Army Corps of Engineers, which none of us in this room control. We propose to fast track from the time once we reach an agreement with you, a binding definitive agreement. We'd probably go ahead at our risk and release construction drawings. And we have our own general construction company, so I'd hope that as soon as we get finished with permitting, I'll be pulling a site permit and under construction. If we get the permitting done in 6 months, I'll start 6 months and 1 day. Again, whether on resources, no construction long, we'll just need our permits and we can go. I agree with my competitors, it's probably gonna take 16 months to build it. We're gonna build it in one phase. Everything you see on that rendering will open and be fully leased. We've had good discussions with tenants. I can't name them, Michael's talked about a few, but I encourage any of you to, I know you're gonna, I think, vote tonight, go see what we did in Oviedo. It's exactly what you're looking for here. And I can tell you that the idea of the food hall, which we came up with after you guys gave your presentations, is gonna make this a destination. If you go to Orlando, whatever, Jacksonville, you'll see the crowds they draw. We can bring the food trucks up outside. It's gonna give you the destination, not a grocery store. And I'm just not trying to dig at a competitor, but that's not a destination that you're looking for here. Well, we believe that. The multifamily is my fastball, 240 units. It'll be high quality, A market. We're a major affordable developer, one of the biggest in the state of Florida. I think the opportunity to mix in the right amount of maybe what we call 80% of average income in the area. We're happy to look at it if that's a priority for the city. It has to be done carefully and in the right way. One of the distinctions here, well, I've got a little bit of time left, on the parking. Parking is huge. If you can't park residents in an apartment, they're not going to lease the apartment. If you can't park in front of your restaurant, you're going to drive by and keep on going. We've got about 550 surface parking spaces. And when we did it, those buildings, apartment buildings, are elevated from 14 to 16 feet up. And very attractive podiums. They'll be fenced and landscaped. We're going to park about 100 people under there. I'm going to vault all the water under those two buildings, and I'm going to have all the service under those two buildings. So you won't see the service, you're not going to see ugly vaults, and I won't need to put a parking deck out on the corner. We're going to surface park the property. If you guys go up to Daytona, down to Orlando with your family, and you go to mixed-use property, you don't want to go up 3 or 4 levels of a parking deck. Nobody wants to do that. We're going to surface park the property and have a nice, dedicated pedestrian feel to it. The scale of it, it's going to look, the buildings are going to be 5 stories, but they'll be a little bit bigger because they're going to be on the podium. But we're going to make it read like a 5-story building. I think one of my competitors here tonight talked about the low country kind of harbor feel. I like that. We see hardy board siding for those of you guys that are in that business, and vaulted and pitched roofs. We do not want to have a South Florida parking deck tower look to this project. We see it being more horizontal and more in keeping with the character of Port Orange. So I've been listening tonight. I've got a few of my notes here. No parking deck. I hit the on the financing. I'm happy to provide proof of funds. If you guys want to have your city manager call my bank in the morning, we can do that. And happy to do it. I just offer that in terms of when you say you're going to build something with cash, we can back it up. And we like the project. We like the market. The rents here, we've surveyed everything. We believe our numbers are good. We're a long-term holder. With the great thing about the apartment business, where you can be aggressive, is we change our rent every year. And you all know about inflation. You're hearing a lot about it. We think our number is very viable. We think this is going to be an attractive project. We're not looking for anything but the standard package for out of your CRA. We're not looking for anything else. The opportunity zone, I've looked at it. It's interesting. We do not need opportunity zone to be approved for opportunity zone to do this. So if it's there and we can use it, we'll probably look at it. We don't need it. So we're ready to implement. I'll probably come back to this. I hope I wasn't too pushy, but there's a piece of paper in your package. Just remember these key points. At the end of a night like this, I've got handouts you need them. You're not going to remember much, but look at our site plan. And I won't say it over and over. We're here to commit to it. We'll put up hard deposits, and we will commit to build on a schedule.
Well, let's get on to the Q&A. And Stan, this is your time to lead
Mayor.
off.
Alrighty.
Real quick,
I'm sorry?
just so we don't interrupt the Q&A, do you want to do the motion now to extend it past 11? It has to be done before 11.
Yeah, thank you. I know, Scott, you had set an alarm to make sure we did.
Yeah.
And so we don't interrupt Q&A. That's a good idea.
Let me shut this alarm off here.
Just for those of you that are curious what we're talking about, we have a, in our charter that it says all our city meetings have to end by 11 p.m. unless council votes to extend. So if we forgot about it at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, we're done. Anything we do after 11 o'clock doesn't count. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you'd make the proper motion so everybody knows what we're doing.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we extend this meeting past the 11 p.m.
For how long?
It prescribes in your local rules that it's by hour increments. So for now, it'd have to be an hour, and then we can revisit if we go beyond.
I'll revisit at 11:55 p.m. if needed.
And there you go.
I'll second.
We have a motion, proper second. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Carry
opposed?
Carry
Okay.
on, gentlemen.
Good idea, thank you.
This is why the police chief has the yellow flag.
Okay, we are good until midnight. That doesn't mean we need to take till midnight, but you know. But however, you have 30 minutes. Q&A begins with Stan.
Okay. I want to thank you guys for your presentation. You really hit a lot of the questions that we've covered with your competitors, which is nice, and with the hour of the day.
Advantage being last.
Yeah, it is the advantage of being last. Exactly right. One of the things that struck me is you talk about the main entrance that lines up with the food hall, and that's going to be to the south of Herbert Street. So right now, nothing is there. So are you going to signalize this intersection, or how is that going to work? Because that's going to really be an interesting thing with the traffic flow there.
Yeah, I've done enough traffic engineering to say that's most likely going to be a right in, right out. It's too close to the signal Dunlop.
Yeah, because you've got them at Dunlop and Herbert.
Which we think is fine. We think people will learn to come in Herbert and make the turn. We'll probably have sign pylons over there. And we really believe that central core, flanked by the buildings with the food hall, which will be lit up, full of people, food trucks on both sides, is going to be a way to achieve that destination and pull.
Okay, so it's really more the visual
Yeah.
than the main drive-in because
Yeah.
the signal
But,
situation.
Frankly, the sidewalks along that boulevard are as important as the driveways, I think.
Right. Well, you know, the whole area is getting converted now because when you go north of you with the restaurant, they've been doing a lot of work on the median in there too. So that's going to be a whole new traffic flow than what we're used to. And if you've seen some of the driving around here, where you are at. So as I understand what you're saying, there will be surface parking underneath the residential units. Okay, so that will be open viewpoint too from the ground level. You'll be able to see out on the river and see what's going on.
Well, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Sometimes if you've been to some of these bloody buildings, if you can see pipes and stuff, our idea would probably be to use the big podocarpus and palm trees and maybe some screening.
Okay.
So the view is nice, and you'll probably have to rely on the views more at where the food hall is.
Okay.
I think, and the parking over there will probably be gated and for the residential use. So about 100 spaces over there will take up the bulk of that.
Okay, I understand that. And then, as you mentioned, you've got rid of that undefined portion in the corner by Dunlawton and Ridgewood, and so now we've got a building down there and then the two, in the past, we had the one building on US 1, now we've got the two around the new fake main entrance, lack of a better term. So that will tend to increase the visibility from the folks on the main roads, but again, we want to drive them to the river, and that, as you've heard other commissioners mention before, that's an important part of what we're looking for. So I think this is moving in the right direction. I'm going to turn it over to somebody else.
Okay, coming back to this end, Scott.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation and your interest. Speak to me first about parcels B and C. What kind of plans do we have there for that?
Should you want to take that? B and C, is that the one that's across the street?
Yeah, C is across the street and B is down
B is
the road.
across the street,
No.
C is the 1.47 to the north.
C is
Correct?
across
Other way
the
around.
street.
Vice versa,
Whatever.
vice versa, I'm sorry, sorry.
You got the
East to
location.
the north.
It's okay.
The 1.47 to the north. I see that as staff parking for the restaurant
Okay.
employees. Let's keep them out of the customer arena.
Okay.
I see that as overflow valley parking. The other alternative, which we're also actually implementing at Oviedo on the Park right now, is we benefit from a city-owned parking lot 400 yards away from the food factory. We are thinking of implementing a 12-seat golf cart shuttle service around through that. Again, getting cars away from the immediate vicinity of the food factory. We also have Uber parking or Uber drop-off pickup designated there. We will do the same here.
One additional point for that.
The across the street parcel, frankly, that's there to negotiate relocations for some of the additional businesses that we're trying to acquire.
All right. One of the ways we're going to hopefully be successful with because you've asked about the real estate, if this plan and we're not going to be able to go negotiate with those guys, plain and simple. Our train has to be packed and ready to leave the station for me to be able to do that. But we have to have an opportunity to maybe relocate and be across the street from a very exciting property. Once they see us start building and they realize our train is leaving, people will become more reasonable. We hopefully can, that word we may have some face, just to be honest about how I'm going to do it.
The only impact of not being able to acquire the properties of the two buildings in the front of either side of the boulevard. The boulevard might have to shift, and those buildings would get narrower this way. Less street frontage. The depth going back through the property wouldn't need to change.
That's back to flexibility and listing. Everybody, I'll say we're committed to it, just like everybody else is. But that's something where until we get into that, we'll have to come back with you.
Sure.
I'm pretty comfortable that we may lose a few thousand square feet of retail, not a lot. We have 35. Due to the land acquisition, what we have to do, we'll be back with those shifts and show them to you and get your permission before we change the site plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, assuming that you can acquire all this property, speak to me a little bit more about what you have in mind for these commercial buildings that will front the US 1 and the Dunlawton corridor. Are you thinking single tenants that take up the entire 7,000 square feet, or are these multi? What do you got in mind? Pitch me on that.
I don't have 7,000 square foot tenants in mind. I don't think. I think they tend to move away from your vision. I mean, we certainly don't want Dollar Tree here as a 7,000 foot tenant. We don't see that. The patios speak obviously to casual dining. The food hall will not accommodate a franchise. The essence of a food hall is individual, artisanal, chef-driven creations. Typically, they're only unit or maybe 2 or 3 units. One of our chefs at the Food Factory is a plant-based restaurant by the name of Darwin Southern Kitchen. Well, he's in Armature Works Food Hall in Tampa, and he's in Henry's Depot Food Hall in Sanford. This will be his 3rd food hall location. He's a pretty good operator, but he's still an independent, very independent-minded operator. He's not a franchise. So the franchises will want the exposure. They actually won't want to be in the food hall anyway, in most cases. So they'll want the exposure and the interaction with the experience, such as Chipotle, Five Guys, those guys. I see those at the end caps of pretty much all those buildings. I see, you could easily see 6 fast casuals here, no problem. Interior to that, you're then down to a total in those 3 buildings of 15,000 feet max. Fitness could accommodate, I mean, our 4 fitness concepts at Oviedo on the Park are 9,000 square feet. A salon, some other personal services, men's barber shop, some smaller bays, 10,000 to 1,200 feet. Slightly experiential, but more service. So that's the sort of blend, I think, that goes out on the street.
I think Michael said it well. There's buildings, there's a lot of tenants.
Sir,
Michael,
can you come to the mic?
I'm sorry.
Can you get
That your residents are going to want to be happy to go to a night. You cut one of those buildings in half. You have 3,500 square feet. You have a patio, and you have exposure to a 6-lane highway. That's the formula for a lot of the national tenants. This is that, and that's how we get them to come here and be on the frontage, while we do the local tenants in the food hall.
Thank you.
Drew?
I think it's already been brought up once, but I like the overall thing, but what concerns me is the bulk of the commercial space is out front and not at the water. And so I see the residential units using the waterfront, and we wanted to drive people and make it the destination, and it's the lack of commercial space at the water. And so I like the food hall idea for sure, the mixture and the local and smaller chefs and things like that. You get a lot of variety and different stuff, and the restaurant out there, but it just seems like there's a lot of commercial and parking on the main highway in the corner there.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the food hall really is a destination. I mean, these are, we're in Orlando and they're popping up, and we have 5 or 6 that have recently opened, and the amount of crowds it is drawing is incredible. For instance, outside they'll have large TV screens, and people will come there on a Sunday and hang out and watch football. Yeah. And I mean, the food hall itself is a major draw, and that's why we put it right in the middle. Because, I mean, it's sort of a new thing, and it'll have bars and drinks, and I mean, we envision this whole area down by the water with people congregating there outside, walking around, getting a drink, going getting a snack at the food hall, throwing frisbees, going to the dog park. And then in addition, we did mention it before, but we have the public event space there.
Yeah, I was just going to add, maybe Michael wants to, but the public event space is a blank slate. Maybe it's your recreation department uses it. Maybe the food hall people use it for special events. We're open to program that and figure out how to run it. Probably has to have some money for rent with the city, but it could go to retail, to this gentleman's question.
Okay.
The pool clubhouse could be relocated, and that could go to retail. So there's some room to.
Okay, so the one building to the north, then, they wouldn't have the clubhouse. They'd have to go over to the south building to.
I'd like to build just one clubhouse and make it better and special and bigger, and it's tight enough site where both buildings can walk to it instead of having 2.
Looks like the water's going underground, obviously. I don't see a big retention area above. Did increase your multifamily units significantly,
podium
but
construction,
you're still under what?
We're at 240.
Yeah.
The nice thing about the podium, it allows us a place to put the water without taking up the parking lot.
Sure. And so you spoke, if you don't acquire the properties, you just do some shifting, you're not going to really shrink the commercial space, you're going to move it around a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. And I think part of your thing, what you predominantly are doing residential, and the commercial and retail is a little bit newer, or you
Well, you know, all of us, I've had a long career, about 30 years. Before Cornerstone, I was president of St. Joe Commercial for many years and worked in mixed use, waterfront, complicated Corps of Engineer permitting from Jacksonville out to the Panhandle and down to Miami. So feel really good about personally telling you I've done this kind of project.
Okay.
And one of the reasons that we brought Michael on this team, I've known the Collier guys a long time, they introduced the opportunity to me, was because of the great work he's done with Vito. I would encourage you guys tonight to look at that website.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was exactly what you're trying to do here.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Chase? I didn't forget you this time.
Appreciate your presentation, gentlemen. Do you intend to request any additional tax incentives outside of what's currently offered in our ordinance?
We do not.
I appreciated your comments about attainable housing in there as well. Took me a while to catch on the food hall idea, because I hadn't been to one. I'm envisioning a Faneuil Hall type thing. Is that?
Yeah, I took a long time getting into it too. I spent a lot of money on my expense account, traveling the world, looking at these things. Started at Chelsea Market in Manhattan, Eataly in Manhattan, the Time Out Market in Brooklyn, and kept on going. I went to Galerie Lafayette in Paris, Covent Garden in London, California, Austin, Texas, Dallas, New Orleans, Atlanta, visited them all. And
you got to eat good.
I had to eat a lot of very interesting food. This is the sort of distillation of that.
Yeah,
what we
and
came back with.
Yeah, like I said, at first I didn't get it, but the more I've looked into that, it makes a little more sense, and I can see it being a destination. I don't know if it's the exact destination, you know, as a whole that I want to see, but I know you guys are flexible as everybody is, and I've already heard you saying things that can be adjusted based on the comments that have been presented. Yeah, I don't know that I have, and I appreciate, again, I'm seeing Halifax closed off and the enjoyment. You know, I have a little hesitation on seeing again, as mentioned before, the bulk of the commercial is up here and not utilizing the waterfront. I'm looking for something that the residents on site, and just as the residents on site, the people that are on the west side of 95 come over and they get the same access, same experience and entertainment value as on the waterfront. This seems to be more geared toward the residents on site. But again, I understand your flexibility throughout it. So, and you said the potential.
Sorry, if you'd like us to review moving the clubhouse to the south end of Building 2 and create the leasing office of the clubhouse by one of the entrances on Dunlawton. It moves it further than the Building 1 residence, but if it were a traditional suburban apartment, generally the leasing and clubhouses are remote to all the buildings. So, so it's certainly no farther than a typical suburban apartment. In which case then we could dedicate the public events and clubhouse to commercial waterfront spaces if that's the way you wanted it. And we're more than happy to work with you on that.
If the food hall is as successful as we think it's going to be, we can install tenants in the public events and clubhouse space that it can be done. And also, one of my competitors made a great comment that for this to be a destination for your out of town or whatever Orlando, local people have to come. And we think the food hall is going to be a spot where you're going to really draw a local crowd.
Yeah, agreed. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Jonathan?
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for sticking it out. I know there's advantages to being last and being first, and disadvantages both ways, but definitely glad you guys are here. This is a very interesting project. I love the grand entrance. I think that's a really cool approach. When I first read Food Hall, I also kind of had this negative thought. Then I got thinking about this, a few places I know of that where it's not what you think it is when you first read Food Hall. And I actually think it's pretty exciting what it can be. Like I said, it could be artisan. There can be a lot more to it. but I definitely, like you're hearing from the rest of council, the clubhouse and public event stuff, that's got to be more retail to consider this project, because we've all stated from day one we want the waterfront to be a destination for the residents. Without that, it doesn't. Without moving that into retail, I don't think we can accomplish that goal with this project. But you sound like you're open-minded to it, so that's good enough for me there. I thought it was interesting. So you have 2 pools as well, which I think you're the only project of the ones we saw that had 2. Not that matters, but I wonder if there's a chance for even more retail by having 1 pool instead of 2.
Could be looked at, yes.
Could be considered. Yeah, I don't really have any questions right now. Maybe if there's time at the end, come back around.
Stan?
I have nothing else.
Well,
Don't that's part of the circus.
so the proposed food hall, is that an enclosed area? Or is that covered and open?
Yes, it's enclosed.
Okay.
Yeah. There'll be there's typically a commissary kitchen in
Yeah.
there, where the chefs share walk-in cooler space and the heavy kitchen equipment, the expensive kitchen equipment and hoods. They pre-prepare food in there, bring it to their 200 square foot stall, of which there are 8 to 10 typically in this, and that will be on one wall and then have a racetrack cocktail bar in the middle of the space with probably 200 seats around it.
Yeah. I like the concept. I just don't particularly care for the fact that there's no view of the water from it. You have a restaurant, even if you had window space, it's a destination in and of itself without taking advantage of the water, which is nice, but you could build that anywhere. You know, certainly the waterfront restaurant is more suited for that, but you know, that's just a concern of mine that we'd have to work on. Talk to me a little bit more about the balancing of the commercial mix that you're looking for.
If I understand the question correctly, I see the balance, as stated earlier, the food hall, a waterfront restaurant, fast casual dining, fitness, personal services.
Mm-hmm.
That's as I see the primary mix.
Okay.
But dining and fitness being probably the 2 primary users.
Okay. Wayne, do we have any technical issues?
No, sir, we've spoken with them on the phone and they've addressed them all, and you've covered all their questions related to the changes in the private properties.
Okay. All right, well, everybody gets a second bite. We started with Stan.
I still have nothing.
Well, gosh, golly gee. Come back around to Scott.
No, but I just do want to say thank you guys for your interest in the project, and also confirming the idea that if we could take a pair of scissors and some tape all these projects.
Better.
It's all there, man. It's there, and you guys certainly have aspects of that too. So thank you guys.
Drew?
I don't have anything further, but I appreciate the interest and the presentation and the honesty in answering the questions.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, you got 2 minutes. I'm sorry. No, we got 8 minutes. I'm sorry. It looked like
I'll
0,
keep it brief,
10, but
because you guys have been here a
we
long
keep
time.
going. Chase, second bite.
Well, just, you know, again, final comment. Food halls is spectacular. I hadn't thought of that. I love that inclusion in there. Like Scott said, just to take bits and pieces all across. You know, if we were to move forward, I wouldn't be a fan of the 2 pools right there. I think that's a great luxury, again, just for the people that are living there, and not so much for the residents around town to enjoy. But appreciate the presentation, gentlemen.
Jonathan?
I'm going to be brief.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there time for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Because you guys have been here a long time. I think I watched all your last meeting on YouTube, and then tonight. I just could come back and say we learned a lot from that. We've learned more tonight. I think probably shifting the restaurant, opening up the food hall, they're all things that we will commit to if we have the chance to come back and work with you. And I just would say, remember my key points, we're very excited. We've got the resources to make the commitment to make it happen for you. To implement, I think we understand it. I think we've got the right team here to do it for you. So we think that's a superior long-term value proposition for the town of Port Orange. Experience, financial resources, sharing your vision, and it's going to work for you.
Quick question, your boardwalk, is that 16 foot or 20?
I'm really not sure. But if it needs to be 20, it's 20.
Say it's 20.
The architect was told to link it.
You want 16, you want 20,
Match it
you want
up.
And the one to
24.
the north is 20 feet.
Yeah. I don't know why it would be, he would do it 4 feet short, it would look
I'm
a
thinking
little
it's
awkward.
20. We don't have a dimension on it.
No, yeah, just for some reason it looks small.
No.
I'm
It's
telling
getting
you.
late, sorry.
I'm telling you, it's 20.
It's
There you go. Mayor's calling the shot.
Maybe what you could do is move that food court east and take the restaurant that's on that deck and bring it to the west end of the food court.
Yeah,
Flip flop them.
there's some ways to.
Because that way you'd be on the river.
Yeah.
Have a food
With
hall.
the
Have a
glass
food
wall.
hall with a deck.
Should hear
Great
my
idea.
consulting fee for this.
And
You can't say
You
that.
have to meander
You
the
can't say that.
promenade a little further back, but that's okay.
And the food hall can have a deck, and a lot of times there's bars around the food hall that are open air.
Yeah.
There's,
Yeah,
there's a lot of
exactly.
stuff you
Well,
can do.
that's the part I guess I'm confused
Yeah.
about with the food hall.
Yeah.
It is
First,
the
our
is
beer
the
garden. Our beer garden is separate from our food hall, but we can bus food down. The beer garden doesn't actually create any of its own food, but we'll
Right.
bus food from the 7 concepts down to the beer garden.
And you've been to some of these that aren't in like downtown Manhattan. Lots of times you'll have a tot lot, you'll have swing sets, you'll have an outdoor fireplace in these spaces that are created here for gathering. So I think the opportunity between the public events, restaurant, those 4 places, I think that's the center of this project. That's why we put this road here. It needs to come in. You need to see it. You need to immediately go, oh, that's where I'm taking the kids.
Yeah.
Because of the lighting, the water and everything, and you can get in there and park. So we'll work with you on that and make your people have that feeling.
I appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other well, you get 2 minutes. Any other questions up here from the dais first?
No.
You want to summarize and you got 2 minutes to do it? Or you
I
felt like
think
you had to
we're
say?
gonna yield our time to the gentleman, that's the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
So you don't need to do another,
Item
1-hour
13.
extension?
Item 13, approval to convey the portion of Riverwalk Park property held in the name of the Community Redevelopment Agency, Port Orange Town Center, to the City of Port Orange. Before we proceed on, I wanted to give the public an opportunity to comment, and then after that, and the reason why I want to do that first is I wanted to give all 5 of our presenters one last chance. If you've done your best and final offer, then great. But after hearing from the public, and after hearing everybody else present, if there's anything you want to add or modify, I'm going to give you the chance. But before we do that, anyone here care to speak to the item? Nope.
Nobody?
I was waiting for Robert to. He's good. Okay. With that, I'm going to call each development group in order that they presented, and I'd appreciate it if you came up. If you're good with your offer, then say so. If there's something you want to add or change, say so as well. BLD.
Greg Bauman, BLD Group, again. Thank you all again. The only thing I would mention that I thought of and that we had discussed internally a little bit that I think would interest the council a little bit more is that we could modify our plan to have our first floor riverfront facing units to be retail or commercial instead. And what that would do, that would serve to reduce the number from 320 down even further and increase the total amount of commercial space. To be honest, we haven't looked into it too much. We frankly don't know the total viability of having commercial there, but if the purpose and the intent is to activate this as much as possible and to have as much commercial space as possible, that's certainly something we would be interested in. And generally, I think we probably would make it up on the back end with additional retail.
Okay, do I have your best and final offer, or did you want to?
You have our best and final offer, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bristol Development Group.
Thanks very much. I realized after I sat down last time I failed to answer the question about where we were on our offer. And so we are at $8,250,000 aggregate. I will say that if we are so fortunate as to be selected, we don't want the purchase price to stand in the way of getting this done, and we'd be happy to sharpen our pencil. But I don't, you get 5 developers in a room and we start playing leapfrog, there's no telling where we might end, but I just leave it that way.
All righty. Falcone.
Thank you again for the opportunity to present tonight. Just want to echo everyone else's sentiments that we're really appreciative of not only your time, but the city staff's time, as well as the entire Colliers team. For us at the Falcone Group, again, creating destinations is core to our identity over the past 40 plus years within our home state of Florida. And we're really excited about the potential opportunity to bring that experience, track record, capital strength, and community development oriented vision here to the city of Port Orange, to the ultimate benefit of your residents and visitors alike. And so again, thank you so much for this opportunity. We're highly appreciative, and we hope that we're blessed and fortunate enough to be selected. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I've got your best and final, yes? That's the
Yeah.
primary question.
Yes, sir. So $8 million for parcel A, $300,000 for parcel C, $8.3 million in the aggregate, along with a separate $70,000 financial contribution to Art House.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Harbor. I should say Harbor Retail Partners. I don't want to sell you short.
You have our best and final.
Thank you.
$9 million. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Cornerstone?
Yeah, we decided we really like this project. We decided we want to win, so we reached hard to get to the 11.5. We're holding, but we're good for it. We're committed, and we can demonstrate our capability. Lastly, great comments on this view, riverfront, food hall. We'd love to have a chance to work that out with you to get to the maximum project that satisfies everybody. So thank you very much. We're happy to be here.
Okay, and we have your best and final.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Council, but as we begin to deliberate, what I want to do is we have had a chance to discuss with each one of the proposers. I want to make sure we have a chance to ask staff questions, and then after that we will deliberate. So, Council, do you have any questions of staff? I don't need to go down the line. If you do, say so. If not, then we'll begin our deliberations. And why don't we start, well, we started at this end, why don't we start at the beginning? So let's start this way. Stan, questions, comments, arguments? What do you like, what do you don't like? Throw it all on the table now. And don't make me have to get another motion to extend it for an extra hour.
Well, obviously this is a tough decision because these are all quality developers. My understanding from listening to everybody is that there is a lot of flexibility here. I had talked to the city manager and I said, did anybody even talk about public participation in some of the design phases? I remember I think 2 of you guys mentioned that you really are interested in bringing in some public input, and that tends to be something that the residents of Port Orange want to have some input as far as what's going on. Even though these guys all get elected by them and they answer back to the voters, it is kind of nice to have the people plugged back in. And what's interesting too is where everybody's from. We've got people from South Florida, we've got people from up north, we've got people from the heart of Florida. So it's kind of interesting to see the different. There's a little bit different style Yeah, that's why I thought about it. I think that's as much as I want to reveal right now.
I'm not ready to reveal your
I'm still
preferences?
listening, yeah, I'm not.
Well, you don't have to. You can keep them to yourself.
I've
and
got an
do it on
idea,
your
but
ballot.
I kind of want to hear, see if I missed anything.
But you're going to have to reveal your preferences at some point.
I got my scratch notes already here.
Okay. Jonathan?
You know, sometimes I just want to make sure every one of you who are here understand we are not being at all disingenuous when we say that you have brought some extremely tough decisions before us, because all of you are outstanding. And I think you've been extremely responsive from the first meeting. And here tonight you've been flexible and listening to what we're still reiterating. I thought that was impressive. There's things I like about each product. I'm probably going to take Stan's lead here and not tip my hand any. But each one stands out. I can find one thing I absolutely love about every project, and I can find one thing that I'd want to change. But, you know, I guess that's it for now. Following Stan's lead.
Okay.
There you go.
Chase?
Well, I'll tip my hand. I'll let you know what I'm thinking. I don't like to have people guessing. But I'll start off by agreeing. And I'd just say I would recommend all 5 of you to any city that would do, that is looking to develop a project such as this. And frankly, I wish I had 5 different areas in Port Orange to develop of this magnitude, because I'd give each one of you guys one particular area, and just, you know, I'm sure you would wow us. They'd all be first class. So I wish we were at that, but the reality is we're not. Where I'm leaning at this point is 1 and 2 would be my Falcone and Bristol, and the reason being, the only reason being, you know, I don't think the quality is any different, and that's a compliment to everybody. For me, what it came down to was the conceptual design of what I envision as the downtown and destination area. It's my preference. And, you know, at first, I'll be honest with you, Falcone was last on my list coming in tonight, but what sticks out to me the most is it utilizes the entire waterfront for commercial and residential. So whether or not somebody lives west of 95 or lives right up there on that property, they get the same experience of the enjoyment of the entire waterfront activity. That to me was the most important aspect to it. You know, Halifax is closed off. But then Bristol comes in with the downtown feel that is quite impressive and very homey, and very inviting and different, something we don't have anything like that here. The downside, the reason it comes behind in that race is because Halifax is not closed off, although I'm sure that they're flexible to have that conversation. Just at this point, half of that area is cut off to strictly residential, and I think we're missing the opportunity to have an entire road for the waterfront enjoyment. So that's my perspective on that, but that is not to diminish the value of any other project that's brought before us, but that's my position.
Drew?
I got 5 developers here who making it very difficult for me to make a decision. You know, after the initial one and then tonight's presentation, I flip-flopped some rankings and changed a few things based on what was said tonight. Again, I wish we had more areas, and we can only pick one. However, we got 5 quality groups here that really are making this decision pretty damn difficult. So with that being said, I don't want to share rankings because we'll vote here soon and it'll all be out, but well done to all of you, because like I said, you made us think, and you guys went to work, and you're all flexible enough to work with us to get that vision to finish and have that quality project done, and on a pretty aggressive timeline, I might add. So again, kudos to all of you, and I appreciate your interest, and we'll get moving here and see where we're at here in a few minutes.
Okay, Scott?
Sure would have made it easier. 2 or 3 of you guys would have come in here tonight and fallen flat on your faces. That would have made it pretty easy. You know, this is a decision 25 years in the making, and it's a very difficult one. And I can't tell you how proud I am for us as a city to have 5 outstanding development groups want to partner with the city of Port Orange and be part of our community. That being said, for me, and I'm sharing this mostly for the dais, I think it is really good for us to take a moment and reflect what this vision was supposed to be all along. And I don't know that we're going to get exactly to it, but I think we should try to get as close as possible. I have always seen and understood this vision to be about a destinational place for our residents and new residents, and that there would be mixed use, and they would have a feel of attachment to the waterfront. It would have a feel of a downtown area. It would have a feel of the place to go. And we've heard that time and time and time again. We've seen it on social media. You know, I was sitting here tonight thinking a lot of the different concepts. I doubt that any of the developers may have seen it, but about a year ago on social media, somebody had posted what would you like to see down there if something happened? And we read through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments of what people wanted to see. And they were all great, and there were some consistencies, and there were some themes there that resonated with the vision and the idea of keeping the community close to the waterfront, making it a destination, giving them a place to want to go. We as a city have already succeeded with a large element of that, with the park feature. We have a gorgeous park, a huge event space that sits to the north end of this. There is a whole nother area that's still in development, kind of in the middle between that and this. And I guess what I'm looking for is the feel of one of these developers who can work with all of that. And the work starts tomorrow, right? So this is all great tonight, and this is an element, but the hard work is really yet to be done. The details have to be ironed out. The ideas have to be vetted. Can we see a developer really doing all the things that conceptually we want to do and they want to do? So there's a lot of work yet to be done. So it's really important to me that we select somebody that we feel really embraces the overall vision and will work tirelessly to try to get us as close to that 25-year vision tonight and moving forward as we possibly can. I think it's important that there is a relationship that is very functional and very promising between the development group and our city staff. I am completely convinced that our staff will bring their A game. There is no hesitation in my mind that they will work tirelessly with whichever developer we choose. Just want to make sure we are, you know, and some of this, let's be honest, some of this is a feel, right? I mean, these are all great. There's not a bad project that was presented to us tonight. So some of this is really a feel. Who do we feel is going to encompass those visions, work with our city, and be a long-term asset? Because that's how I see this, a long-term asset for our community. So I'm not going to tip my hand on who I'm voting for, but I do think I would ask all of us to keep those things in mind. A lot of folks have sat up here for 25 years and thought that vision through and tried to make, you know, efforts and gains to get to where we are tonight. And it's time.
In many ways, we've come full circle.
Haven't we?
Yeah. We've heard drugstores being proposed for this corner like 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah, kind of come back to the core.
3 or 4 years ago, we heard an apartment complex for the whole. You know, the market's changed again, but this council, like many before it, have stuck to the vision that, yeah, we know it's a commercial piece of some sort, but that commercial, the whole idea of us doing a CRA, the vision of people that came before us is that out of that would come some sort of town center where people could go and enjoy the water. And we have a Riverwalk Park that didn't exist before. We've got the trail that has begun. At some point, we'll see a beautiful restaurant on the water that's under construction. And now we have this to look forward to. I just wanted to comment individually on each one. I mean, I was impressed with BLD getting retail space on the water. I was impressed with Bristol doing the same thing, because that's key to me. I have said steadfastly that I'm fine with whatever it is you do with residential as long as it meets the aesthetics, but you gotta get the commercial right, and we've got to be able to enjoy the water. I'm gonna echo what Chase said. Falcone did their homework. And I also know that not all 5 of these groups showed up at the table at the same time. You know, Colliers can say who showed up and when, and I don't really want to know that. It doesn't really matter. You're all here tonight. But Falcone really showed up tonight with an enhanced vision of some of the things that I was looking for. Harbor Retail, the same. One of the things I really liked about Harbor is that we got a commercial element right out on Dunlawton, on our most viewed area, most trafficked area. And so it's, I thought that was a terrific element. And Cornerstone, the food hall it's a nice idea. It's definitely a destination component. I've been working off of criteria, which I've been adding and subtracting and weighting and scoring over the course of the night. And you know, last week I started with 4 or 5 things that I wanted, and then after listening to this, last week there were 7 of us, listening to the other 6, I got down to here, and then tonight I added a few more and discussion. It's, I have so many notes, it's not even funny. But at the end of the day, it is decision time for this council and for this CRA. Instructions, council, we've all got a ranking sheet. It is not anonymous. You do need to print and sign. You need to rank 1 through 5, 1 being your best, 5 being, well, I don't want to use the word worst. Let's try weakest, strongest to weakest. So, and once you have that completed, turn it over, fold it up. Shelby's going to calculate it. Actually, she's going to come up and read them at the dais, and we'll calculate it as we go. But we'll be reading all the these rankings publicly, and then at the end of this, there's a method to my madness of not choosing a winner, but rather by ranking. Nothing against nobody, but it keeps the negotiations honest. When you know that if somebody comes up and says, well, I really didn't think that was what I thought it was when I bid on it, that doesn't happen. You've all done your due diligence. I trust that these are your best and final offers, but the ranking system keeps everybody honest. And before we turn these in, the next step, obviously, after we make a choice, is going to be the hands of our legal department. And Matt, would you just talk about what it is that's next, so that people watching and listening understand that, and what our basic time frame is?
Yeah. So, like they mentioned, you know, there's still going to be some due diligence for whoever is ranked the highest here. I think it was alluded to that, you know, the real work begins. I mean, I think we have to, for our purposes as a city, this you know, large parcel that's been put together is an important piece that obviously we have you know, a clear vision for, and we have to have ways to assure that not only we have a competent developer, which is, you have all 5 of these are competent developers, but that the city has assurances that that something actually, gets built, that something's fully developed, and there's ways to do that. There's legal mechanisms that we can do. Obviously, there are incentives that will be, provided in the forms of agreements that we've kind of already seen in the Riverwalk area. So we do have a framework for how those incentives will work. But we definitely want to make sure that there's certain assurances. One of the ones that I know we've talked about extensively is the continuation of the trail for public use. So that's probably going to be done through some sort of dedication or easement. So there's a lot to be done in terms of final design. I mean, these are still conceptual, so there's still room to improve upon. It sounds like no matter who we pick, there's probably going to be small tweaks here and there. So I think as we get a little bit further down the road, we can get something more, concrete in design, something that's capable of being permitted, and that's when we can bring forward that agreement for final approval.
Okay. Have you got them all? Okay. Shelby, read them off.
For the record, I'm Shelby Field. I'm the Assistant City Clerk. And this is Mayor Burnett's rankings. We've
I
got.
need to sign it. Give
You
it back
do.
to me later. Make sure I sign it.
Okay. Number 1 is Falcone. Number 2 is Harbor. 3 is Bristol. 4 is Cornerstone. And 5 is BLD. This is Councilmember Bastian's, and his number 1 is Harbor. His number 2 is BLD. Number 3 is Bristol. 4 is Cornerstone. And 5 is Falcone. All right, this is Vice Mayor Stiltner's. His number 1 is Bristol. Number 2 is Falcone. Number 3 is Harbor. 4 is Cornerstone. And 5 is BLD. This is Councilmember Tremont's. His number 1 is Falcone. Number 2 is Bristol. 3 is Harbor. 4 is BLD. And 5 is Cornerstone. This is Councilmember Foley's. His number 1 is Bristol. Number 2 is Falcone. 3 is Cornerstone. 4 is Harbor. And 5 is BLD. And last we have Member Schmitz. His number 1 is Bristol. Number 2 is Harbor. 3 is Cornerstone. 4 is Falcone. And 5 is BLD. So they should all add up to 15. And it looks like number 1 is Bristol with the lowest at 11.
Who ranks out number 2?
Yes, so number 1 is Bristol. It's a tie for 2 with Falcone and Harbor. Number 3 would be Cornerstone, and 4th is BLD.
Okay, read the results. Oh,
I just did.
I'm just
You want me to
wanting
do
to
it
read them one more time with the points. Just want to make sure that we're
Like golf, low
verified.
score wins.
So all of your points again?
Yep.
Okay, so Mayor Burnett's number
No,
1.
no, just the total.
Okay, so number 1 was Bristol at 11.
Okay.
2 was tied with Falcone and Harbor.
Okay.
Number Falcone and Harbor at 15.
15.
Number 3 was Cornerstone at 23. And 4th was BLD at 26.
Okay. For the purposes of rankings, do we want to break the tie on 2nd and 3rd
Absolutely.
right now so that we don't have to come back and do this again later? And
Yep.
right now while the presentations are fresh? Okay, so for 2nd ranking, I need a ballot, and you're simply going to choose Falcone or Harbor as your top choice. And heaven forbid we come out with another tie.
You just want to do a roll call?
No.
Okay.
I want to keep in sequence without us knowing each other's votes.
This is the unfortunate thing about having an even number of people tonight.
Yeah, so don't blow it.
Okay, so we're doing,
Good point.
this is the only vote I have, so.
All right.
If only Stan was in Germany.
Falcone or Harbor?
Thank you.
If we don't change, it's gonna be a tie again.
Just put your top choice, either Falcone or Harbor. And you can change your mind.
I wrote down an arbitrary company.
Yeah, that way we come down to the bottom.
Okay. Councilmember Bastian with Harbor. Vice Mayor Stiltner with Falcone. Member Schmidt with Harbor. Councilmember Foley with Falcone. Councilmember Tremont with Falcone. And Mayor Burnett with Falcone.
Okay, so Falcone is our second choice and Harbor is third.
42, yeah.
Want to thank everybody for coming out this evening. We do have a little bit of business to finish up, so I am going to declare the joint special meeting with the Town Center CRA closed and continue with the, what?
Let's keep that, keep that meeting open. This last item requires the town center to participate in
can't be.
that
The
decision.
joint
What's that?
I need to keep the last one open, the meeting open, the special meeting
Okay.
between the two, because the last item.
Well, I didn't quite open.
Yep, requires it to stay open.
Did we not do 13?
We have not done number 13. I believe that is number 13 that we're on right now.
You need another hour?
Approval to convey the portion of River Rock property in the name
need
of the
an hour.
Community Redevelopment Agency of the Port Orange Town
Maybe
Center.
about 2 minutes.
What do we need to do?
So this is really a cleanup item. This is something that you guys have been briefed on.
Oh,
our
where we
work.
need to move the property from one entity to the other so we can sell it?
Correct. Yeah. We've been working with FCT to do a basically what's called a property exchange for FCT purposes. But in doing so, we looked. One of the things we had to do was pull some title work, and we saw that one of the parcels that makes up the Riverwalk larger parcel is still owned in the CRA name. As you know, Riverwalk's done. It's completed. It's final. It's going to be a park, and it will continue to be a park. So really, this is a cleanup to make sure that that piece that's still in the CRA property gets designated to the city, or gets transferred to the city, and that's what will happen via quitclaim deed once this is approved. So we need to go ahead and clean that up here tonight.
Is that the motion you'd like me to make?
I'd like you to.
No, the recommended motions to move to approve the conveyance of the portion of the Riverwalk Park property held in the name of the Community Redevelopment Agency for the Port Orange Town Center to the City of Port Orange. That's the recommended motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a proper second. The item's open on the floor for discussion. Council and committee, any comments or questions? There being none, anyone here care to speak to the item? There being none, back to us. Final comments or questions? Call the roll.
Cleaning up over here. Stan Schmidt,
Yes.
Jonathan Foley,
Yes.
Chase Tremont,
Yes.
Drew Bastian,
Yes.
Scott Stiltner,
Yes.
Don Burnett.
Yes. 6-0. Okay, additional items, city attorney,
Nothing further.
city manager.
Nothing further.
Council committee reports, Port Orange South Daytona Chamber, just a reminder, they're changing their after hours time in January to accommodate our town hall. They did have the chamber banquet last week, and I swore in Kim Dillon as president, along with their officers and board. And there's an after hours this Thursday at Honest One Automotive. Any other business come before us this evening? There being none, let's go celebrate.